Order the Board of Education meeting for Sacramento Unified School District. We have a full crowd tonight and with blue on, so this is very amazing to see. Okay, so we will start it off. Sorry about this. Superintendent, I'm a little off today, so go ahead. We do a pledge of allegiance.
Yeah, please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Someday. Okay. Item 4.2, broadcast statements.
That's me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You never see students, so it always trips me out.
Okay.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communication, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will be aired Monday, April 17th at 12 p.m. and Wednesday, April 19th at 9 a.m. It will also be webcast at metro14live.saccounty.net and can be reviewed on Metro Cable's 14 YouTube channel. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form which is located in the back of the room and give them to our communications representatives, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please also speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comments to items that are not on the agenda. If you do have a comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask you to please defer your comments until the items come up on the agenda. Please either turn off your cell phones or put them on silent.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to go to item 4.3, stellar student introduction by board member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Rhodes. I'd like to invite the Rosemont Robotics team up to the podium. That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Love it. This is great. All right. It is my pleasure to welcome the Rosemont Robotics team, Team 5274, who has participated in the FIRST Robotics since 2014. FIRST was established in 1992 and now has over 70,000 school-age team members from 30 countries around the world. The founder, Dean Kamen, had an idea to provide a platform for these young people to showcase their unique talents in science, engineering, and business in a highly competitive team environment. I want to compete for the hearts and minds of kids with excitement of the Super Bowl. These are the words that launched FIRST. Team 5274 has been in 152 official matches over the past 10 years with a record of 70, 81 to 1. Is that, I'm assuming that's 70 wins, 81 losses. Okay, gotcha, yep. And that's a lot of wins. In 2016, the team was 14-9-1 and earned a spot at the World Championships with the win at the Sacramento Regional. In the past 2 seasons, the team has a record of 32-26 and finished twice and fourth twice. Let me rephrase that. And finished second twice and fourth twice and earned the second berth to the championships. This team is set to depart for Houston, Texas next Wednesday to compete against over 600 teams from 30 countries around the world. To put this event into perspective, there will be 8 full-sized fields in action, Each field has a standard 75-team tournament, and winning alliances will advance to the grand finale Saturday night. The grand finale is a moment no one in attendance will forget, and I'm really hoping it's going to be televised again so I can watch, because it's so exciting. The team will spend its final day in Houston touring the Johnson Space Center. This year's team is remarkable in several ways. The team has 13 members, 3 seniors, 3 juniors, 4 sophomores, and 3 freshmen. 2 of the graduating seniors have been involved with FIRST for 6 years, starting with Albert Einstein Middle School robotics team. 2 of the juniors, 2 of the sophomores, and 2 of the freshmen are also on track to participate for 6 years. And there are 6 rookies on this team. There are 4 girls and 9 boys. This team ended the qualification matches in the top 8, which meant that they were that there was an automatic alliance captains. They were the automatic alliance captains for the elimination rounds. Here is the 2023 team. Zachary Eversole, 10th grade, lead builder, drive team. You want to raise your hand if you're, all right, there you go. It's their second year, fantastic. Ryan Bowie, 10th grade, design, drive team. Jason Chen, 11th grade, build and scouting. He's a rookie, not here, okay. Lori Datsyuk, is that how you pronounce the name? I may have got that incorrect. Datsyuk, okay. Build and scouting rookie. All right. Elijah DeBusk, 9th grade, programming, drive team rookie. Diego Delgado, 11th grade, build, design, scouting, 3rd year. Mitchell Millibar, 12th grade, team lead, build, drive team, 4th year. Aiden Stewart, 10th grade, build, 2nd year. Diana Torres Arias, 12th grade, lead business, 4th year. Jose Torres, 11th grade, build, safety, 3rd year. Kalani Valmar, 12th grade, business scouting rookie. I know we were missing a few, right? Alexandra Willis, 12th grade, business scouting rookie. Tom Yokoi, 9th grade, business scouting rookie. Did I miss anybody? All right, I think I got you all. I have to tell you that I am so proud of you, and I'm being your board member, just seeing the progress that you guys have made, and you have to know there is so much chatter in the Rosamond community because of you. You have a whole community behind you as you head to Houston, so congratulations. I have some certificates. Thank you so much for my little token. I love it. And I will proudly display that in my office. And I'd also like to let you know that each year, each of board members gets discretionary funding that we can use for some of our school sites. And what was remaining in my account, I believe, was a little over $4,000, and I have donated that into your account that you will be able to use to progress for the following years. So congratulations. You guys want to help? All right. Oh, yes. Would you like to say something? Thank you. That's why we have a student board member.
They were a bit unprepared, but thank you so much. This is a very difficult tournament to get involved in at this level. So we're supremely excited about getting a chance to go back into Houston and compete against all these teams from like everywhere. We have teams from Istanbul, China, Taiwan in the same group, so that should be kind of interesting. We'll have lots of teams from the Midwest, and some of the best teams in the world are from Northern California. So we're glad to be part of it.
Thanks, guys. Good job. Good job. Good luck. Have some fun.
Tom is down there. That's me. All right.
There you go.
Thank you. She is down at the very far end.
Ryan. Thank you.
Jason's not here. Aiden is right here.
Diego.
Hey.
Alexandria.
Diana.
Diana.
Molly's not here.
There we go.
There you go. Thanks for making sure they get them.
Yeah, of course.
We get them all out?
Name of the robot.
All right, let's take a picture.
Armageddon. I love it.
You guys want to gather in front of the robot and we'll take a picture?
The other day we were facing this way.
Yeah, that way. Facing that way. Come on, let's gather in front of the robot. Let's act like we like each other.
No, you're good.
All right, wait, one more, Ryan. We're number one. This is number one. Come on, this is number one. All right. Congratulations, guys. Good luck.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Moving on to the agenda, item 5.0, announcements of actions taken in closed session. And
Thank you, President Rhodes. There are two announcements coming out of closed session. First, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-020832 by a vote of 7-0. Second, the board approved a special education settlement agreement identified as OAH case number 2023-010109 by a vote of 7-0.
Ann?
President Rhodes, before the board moves to approve tonight's agenda, there is one change on item 12.1D. On consent, staff has removed expulsion number 18.
And do we have a motion to approve? Move. Second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you guys very much. Motion passes. We're going to go to item 7.0, public comment. Do we have any public comment this evening?
We do. We have 6 speakers signed up, beginning with Lisa Stanley, followed by Brett Bartley and Shannon Schmidt, who are standing together, and then Laureen Pryor.
Okay, feel free to hop in the queue, guys. Lisa Stanley. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. My name is Lisa Stanley. I'm an advocate with Black Youth Leadership Project. And actually, this is my first time to this school district. I'm usually in Elk Grove. But Sac City is number 3 in the state for disproportionate discipline rates on Black students. And we'd like to show up intentionally for our Black students. So I want to invite everybody out. I run the Allies to Abolitionists Support Network, and we have a meeting next week where we are reading a book. We have a monthly book club, and it's from 6 to 8 on Wednesday night from 6 to 8 p.m. virtually or in person, because this is a nationwide issue, right? And we want to inform the community of how we can show up for our babies. Also, we have a Black Grad celebration coming up in June. And yeah, so we're looking for support, and we're looking to celebrate our Black children. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you so much. We'll get that information for you. Hello, welcome.
Hi, board members. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Brett Barley. I'm the superintendent of the California Montessori Project. It's so good to see all of you and some of you that have been at our campus. Thank you for visiting us. I'm joined tonight by Shannon Schmidt. She's our principal at our little campus of 350 kids. We are your public Montessori authorized charter school within the district at the Thomas Jefferson site. 1 in 5 of our kids is a student with a disability. When I started at CMP back in 2019, we had a big goal that year where we were going to come and share with you all of the work that was happening at CMP and try to do that in under a minute or less. And we had a big gimmick for it. We called it the Montessori Minute, and people gave us a hard time and buzzed us when it hit 59 seconds, and we ran out of here after giving you that update. We did that for about 6 or 7 months, and then March of 2020 happened, and we haven't seen you for a while. Since March of 2020. We're feeling now like we have our heads above water again, and we're able to come back and re-engage. And so we're excited to begin this process again and get to know all of you better and to meet some of you who are new additions to the board. So we're really looking forward to that. I want to now kind of pass it over to Shannon to share a little bit about herself and what's going on at the campus.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really grateful to be here with you. I've been over at CMP for about 10 years now. I've acted as a teacher for about half that time, dean of students, and now the principal for 10 months. Exciting journey for me. I also just wanted to share, I'm actually a graduate of all SCUSD schools. I went to Bear Flag, Fern Bacon, and graduated from John F. Kennedy. It's just nice to be here with you tonight. I want to just give a shout out to our facilities friends in the back. Nathaniel and Chris are back there. Just really felt a lot of support this last year at CMP. I got to build a Gaga pit, harvest boxes, middle school lunch seating, and just had a lot of responsiveness with their team around repairs. It's been wonderful, so thank you so much. I also wanted to invite you tonight to our Earth Day Festival in College Greens coming up on April 21st. From 3:30 to 5 at our campus in College Greens. We'd love to see you at our Earth Day Festival. Our relationship with you is important to us. It's nice to be in front of you tonight. We'll see you in about 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Who do we have next?
Next speaker is Laureen Pryor, followed by David Fisher, who is giving his time to Terrence Gladney for 4 minutes.
Okay. Laureen, hello.
Good evening, Laureen Pryor with Black Youth Leadership Project. I'm here before you tonight. I'm very, very concerned. You all are number 3 still in the state for disproportionate discipline of Black children. And you had an incident that transpired at Kit Carson Middle School. And the same grace that I see non-Black children given when the N-word is used, that was not the case in this particular incident. Those children are not at school anymore. They were kicked off of campus. And I'm trying to figure out why we don't have that same energy across the board. And not that I'm advocating for that, but these are babies and they need to be taught. And there was no escalation. There was an assumption. There was a social media post. There was a meeting with parents, and then the kids are not on campus. And that is very, very concerning to me as one of the advocates in your community. Additionally, there seems to be some sort of disconnect, because I know I've come here before. I normally don't get over here because y'all, I don't know if nobody's telling me about the issues you have, but Elk Grove is taking up a lot of my time. But the fact that I stopped everything to get to you tonight means that there's some things that I'm gonna need to see addressed. There's going to need to be a process put in place before we start kicking kids out of school unilaterally. I need to figure out what is your process and how do we rescind the fact that you allowed 2 kids to to be kicked off of campus for sharing something amongst their friend group. They did not disseminate it to the whole school. And the action that was taken was something that was far more different than your teacher who actually said the N-word in her classroom. She was giving grace. And that is not what I saw transpire with these children. So I need to know the recension policy, how we get that overturned, because I'm ready to get to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Next is Terrence Gladney for 4 minutes. And Terrence is followed by Nikki Malevsky.
How you doing, Brother Terrence?
Good evening. As you guys know, my advocacy roots and my parental roots are at Cabrillo. I saw a few of you guys out at the Wide Open Walls celebration. When you guys celebrated and left, what was left there was students that have to endure what has been allowed to happen at our campus. If I kind of cycle through there are some good, shining, like bright spots. There's a welcoming mural of a cougar, which is our mascot, right when you walk into the gate. There's a beautiful painting of Mae Jemison at the front of the school, which is what was uplifted by the school's voting process with the students. But there's a lot to be fixed. For example, the students' one opportunity to have their voice uplifted in this space was to come up with historical figures that they would like to have painted. Of that, the top 4 would then be selected by the artist. It doesn't matter if it's the 4th choice, the 1st choice, whatever the artist decided they want to paint was what would be put on the walls. Now, Mae Jemison is a very important historical figure. The problem is that it's painted on a street-facing wall, which seems to serve the needs of the artist to have their artwork viewed. 90% of the kids don't enter through the front of the school or exit through the front of the school on that side. I have a problem when we have a district that is in the middle of allowing an outside entity to rent a space in the middle of Midtown for $1 a year, that's pimping our kids out and allowing our walls to be painted. I didn't know that wide open walls meant that the artists have creative liberty to paint whatever they want on our school sites. There's a wall filled with graffiti that even adults don't know what is there. You guys probably didn't see it because it wasn't finished when you guys were there at the celebration. I like to call it the anti-literacy campaign. I didn't know that there was a hyphenation of the word friendships. I didn't know that at a school where we're trying to uplift penmanship and literacy and phonics, that it was appropriate to write illegible letters on a wall that can be seen all the way from middle school and across the neighborhood. I didn't know that at a school where the mascot is the Cougars, an artist had creative liberty to paint sharks freely throughout the campus, especially in our garden space where kids have had their hands literally in the dirt building that space. Now, I thought it was just maybe the world's first vegan great white shark, but then I saw the blood of the cougar cub that was painted previously and painted over by the artist still at the top of the wall. Now, there was an opportunity for the school site to have some voice, and there was a site walk with school admin and everything else, but what was promised was not what was delivered. There is a cougar blowing bubble gum, and the first thing even the smallest of the babies, the kindergartners, say is, Ms. Holmes doesn't allow us to have gum on campus. When we're talking about uplifting teaching and learning, I didn't know that Frederick Douglass had a perm. I have adults telling me that walking through the campus is like an acid walk, like they're on acid walking through the campus. We have a high SDC population at that school, and it's overstimulating even for adults. Where is the consideration for those babies that don't have a voice? There is an SDC classroom that is painted completely over the door with multiple colors. And at a school that serves primary students, I don't know that I see a single primary color in any of the artwork that is there. Now, I understand we want to uplift the needs of adults, but that is a school campus, and those generations of kids will be there longer than I will be, longer than administration or teachers. I operate men's and women's leadership there at campus, and we strongly believe in student voice. So what I did was I first asked the kids, what is your impression? They said, why is there a shark in our garden? Why is there bubble gum and we're not allowed to have bubble gum? Why is there graffiti? Don't you see that in alleys and on trains? But then I went a little bit further and allowed them to assess and walk through and rank criteria, including visual appeal, appropriateness for school environment, and appropriateness for location, as well as if it aligned to the recommendations that were lifted by them in our space. Now, while some of them did receive high marks, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take time because we have to live with this. So if I need to sign some kids' names or other people's names to cards, I will.
If you can do another 30 seconds on the thing, that's fine. And if you can wrap up, Mr. Galani.
So while some had high ranks on visual appeal, even the kindergartners, fifth graders across the board, they knew that these things are not appropriate for a school environment. I went a step further and had middle schoolers rank, and they said they look great, but I don't know that graffiti should be on an elementary school site. Now, my question to you guys is this. If we are true believers in wide open walls and giving people creative liberty, when is CERN on the list to be painted? When is Phoebe Hearst? Like back in the day before California came up with these creative names like, EBT and CalFresh, it was just called food stamps. And they gave people big blocks of cheese that couldn't be melted. And it's under the guise of helping people.
Okay.
But it's not something they can actually use.
Did you guys hear?
This is what I feel like. You guys are giving us government cheese and intelligence just to make it digest. I expect this to be fixed. I expect to have a community meeting where kids can have their voices uplifted. And this process needs to be fixed because I also serve kids at other schools and I don't want this to happen to their community. Thank you.
So, thank you. Ms. Molesky, did you say a minute of your time?
I mean, you can have my time all the time I need. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to the board's attention. As I was going to come up and thank the board for its diligence about some contractual issues with Cami Calais, and I just want you to use the same diligence looking at this wide open walls issue, as I know some of you are aware, and with one of the board members' husbands being on the board of Wide Open Walls, you certainly have a lot to look at. You were, and I wanted to thank you, you saved us $80,000 on the Cami Calais contract. Your staff brought to you a contract, it said, for $278,000. Another place it said $270 in the same board packet, you may remember, right? Took 2 more board meetings, but you as a board held your staff accountable, and that came down to $198,000. It was $80,000 savings that could be directed to our classrooms. That was your diligence that made that happen. And there are a lot more contracts that you need to look carefully at. You're going to hear more from David, and I know you've received a letter in writing from us regarding our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers.
Okay. Going into item 8.0, Communication Employee Organizations Reports, SCTA. Brother Fisher, how are you doing today? How are you? Well, thank you for asking.
Good evening. David Fisher, President of Sacramento City Teachers Association. And as Nikki referenced, I'm going to go a little further about the issues with contracts. For the past several months, we've been raising concerns about questionable contracting practices of the superintendent. Recent information belatedly provided by the district appears to indicate that Aguilar has engaged in contracting practices that are both unethical and in violation of California Ed Code 17604 and SCUSD School Board Policy. Ed Code Section 17604 reads that while school board may delegate contracting responsibility to the superintendent or designee, quote, however, no contract made pursuant to the delegation and authorization shall be valid or constitute an enforceable obligation against the district unless and until the same shall have been approved or ratified by the governing board. The approval or ratification to be evidenced by a motion of the board duly passed and adopted. In the event of malfeasance of office, the school district official invested by the governing board with the power of the contract shall be personally liable to the school district employing him or her for any and all monies to the district paid out as a result of malfeasance, end quote. The Black Law's legal definition of malfeasance is, quote, a wrongful or unlawful act, especially wrongdoing or misconduct by a public official, end quote. SCUSD Board Policy 3312, quote, contracts further reinforces the requirement of Ed Code. It reads in part, to be valid or to constitute an enforceable obligation against the district, all contracts must be approved or ratified by the governing board. SCUSD Board Policy 4119.21, professional standards, sets forth the expectations of district staff, including the superintendent. The governing board expects district employees to maintain the highest ethical standards, behave professionally, follow district policies and regulations, abide by state and federal laws, and exercise good judgment with interacting with students and other members of the school community. Employees shall engage in conduct that enhances the integrity of the district, advances the goals of the district's educational program, and contributes to a positive school climate. According to SCUSD 2122 unaudited actuals, Sac City spent $85,799,371 in professional consultants, sub-agreements for services, and communications. A cursory review of just a few contracts point to gross irregularities in violation of both Ed Code and Sac City School Board policy. It appears to be commonplace under Mr. Aguilar's leadership that contracts suffer from one or more serious deficiencies. Contracts are not fully executed by both parties. Contracts are allowed to lapse, but services and hundreds of thousands of dollars in payments continue uninterrupted. And contracts are not approved or ratified by the governing board and are therefore invalid. We want to use the contracts with outside labor consultant Pam Manwiller as a window into the questionable practices. The concerns related to the contract of Margarita Maldonado, which was rejected by this board, alerted SCTA to possible related issues with other outside contractors, including another labor consultant by Mr. Aguilar, Pam Manwiller. At the same time, we requested information related to Ms. Maldonado's contracts. We also requested similar information regarding Ms. Manwiller. Mr. Aguilar's actions related to Ms. Manwiller's contracts are even more troubling. Again, more than 5 weeks after making repeated requests for information related to Ms. Manwiller's contracts, Mr. Aguilar responded after the close of business on Friday, March 17th. Mr. Aguilar included the following information. Number one, on the original Manwiller contract effective May 16, 2019 through June 30, 2020, there is no indication that the agreement was ever approved by the school board. Number two, the second Manwiller contract effective July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. It was signed by Ms. Manwiller on July 28, 2020. It was signed by Mr. Aguilar, but not dated. There's no indication that the agreement was ever approved by the school board. The third Manwiller contract, effective July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, there is no indication that the agreement was ever approved by the school board. Amendment number one to the Manwiller contract. This agreement increased Ms. Manwiller's daily rate of pay from $500 to $750 a day, an increase of 50%. It was signed by Ms. Manwiller on January 31st, 2022, and by Mr. Aguilar, but not dated. There is no indication that this agreement was ever approved by the school board. The fourth Manwiller contract, effective July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, was signed by Ms. Manwiller on June 3rd, 2022. Mr. Aguilar did not sign the agreement until February 10th, 2023, 8 months later, and only after serious concerns were raised about the contracts and services. There is no indication that this agreement was ever approved by the school board. The superintendent's handling of Ms. Manwiller's contracts are especially troubling. As the details behind Ms. Maldonado's contract were unfolding, we met with Mr. Aguilar on February 9th, 2023. During that meeting, Mr. Aguilar confirmed that the services, like Ms. Maldonado's, who were not operating under the terms of signed enforceable agreements, should not be doing work for the district. During the February 9th meeting, we expressed our concern that Ms. Manwiller was providing services to the district under terms of agreement that had never been presented or approved by the board, to which are likely expired. That afternoon, we memorialized that decision in an email to in an email to Mr. Aguilar that stated in part, quote, "In our meeting today, you confirmed that because Ms. Maldonado's contract had not been extended, she should not have been and should not be working for the district. In addition, we requested additional information about Pam Manwiller's contract. We believe the situation with Pam may be the same in that her contract has not been extended and yet she continues to be paid by the district." End quote. After hearing no response from Mr. Aguilar, we followed up again on February 15th of this year. Quote, "We believe that the district continuing to employ Ms. Maldonado after her contract expired is a violation of Government Code 53060, and the same situation may apply to Pam Manwiller." We raised these concerns about Manwiller's contract in public comment to the school board on February 16th and March 2nd of this school year. By Education Code 17604, SUSD School Board Policy 3312, none of Ms. Manwiller's contracts appear to be valid because they were never approved by this school board. It was not until Mr. Aguilar's March 17th, 2023 response to our information request, however, that we learned the extent of the questionable conduct. A close examination of multiple agreements provided in the attachments to his email reveals that Mr. Aguilar did not actually sign Ms. Manwiller's latest contract until February 10th of 2023, after questions about the existence of the valid and enforceable contract with Ms. Manwiller had been raised directly with Mr. Aguilar. and in person, during a school board meeting, and in writing. Perhaps Mr. Aguilar can explain why, after concerns were raised specifically about Manueler's contract, he chose to sign it nearly 8 months after it was supposed to go into effect, and after acknowledging that people should not continue to work if they did not have a valid contract. And why hasn't Mr. Aguilar presented the Manueler contract to this board for approval? Did Mr. Aguilar think nobody would notice? I don't know about you. I find it hard to reconcile Mr. Aguilar's behavior with Board Policy 4119.21 professional standards. Quote, "The governing board expects district employees to maintain the highest ethical standards, behave professionally, follow district policies and regulations, abide by state and federal laws, and exercise good judgment when interacting with students and other members of the school community." Given the history of fiscal mismanagement under this leadership, it is incumbent on the school board to take decisive steps to reestablish the integrity of SCUSD and restore the trust that Mr. Aguilar has broken with the students, staff, parents, and broader community. We request that SCUSD School Board retain an independent forensic auditor who will review Sac City's contracting practices and ensure that those practices comply with all state and federal laws, school board policy, and industry best practice and ethical standards. We also request that the SCUSD School Board take all steps legally necessary to meet said compliance standards, including but not limited to pursuing legal actions with appropriate authorities to ensure compliance and accountability in the event that malfeasance is determined. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. SEIU. Carla, how art thou? I was just about to ask you about your dogs, but I'll ask you later.
About what?
Your animals. Feel free, go ahead.
Good evening. After 9 weeks of waiting, the district finally passed a proposal for the bus drivers, a proposal that told everyone was told it was a good one. However, our team did not agree for many reasons. This week, we passed a proposal. The district went into a breakout room, came back, and said they would send us a response by Monday. We have tentatively set a date to meet again on Tuesday. I'm happy to announce that Board Member Jazz Jitt sat in the session as an observer. This was a great thing, and it is our belief that reports to the board and superintendent have not been accurate, and we hope that this time it was an accurate one. Last year in the negotiations, we agreed to a class and comp study. The timeline is seriously behind schedule. We should be near completion by now. SEIU has been at a standstill for weeks due to required SEIU data not being sent forward from the HR department. When I reached out to Mr. Aguilar, he suggested that he reach out to HR. After that happened, in the next couple of days, we were able to complete the database in a matter of a few hours. The class and comp interviews are scheduled to begin the weeks of May 15th and May 22nd. My concern about this is the school year is going to be over before the class and comp study is over. Yesterday, I received several calls and texts from the facility members. Offices and walls were being torn down without notice to classified employees. One was out sick and another was out on vacation. I can understand the need for management to have offices. I totally get that. What I do not understand is why there is such a rush that carpenters were told this task had to be completed by Friday. Carpenters were pulled off their normal workday tasks. Even more insulting was the fact that people were off of work that day, had their desk and supplies, family photos, personal and private items packed in boxes. Their office and workloads were boxed. This is not only disrespectful to people, but plain rude. To add insult to injury, their coworkers were told by risk management that SEIU employees are not allowed to have any walls or doors. Today, I submitted an RFI with several asks. Among the many questions I want to know, where is this so-called policy? When was it created? Who was on the team when it was created? And why are SEIU being treated so badly, yet still? I would also like to know who decides and who determines which SEIU people are allowed large spaces versus small spaces. Why is risk management get special half cubby walls so they can see outside, but the rest of the district has full walls and they don't see outside? Why is risk management so special? I just want to know, at what point does this district decide who determines when one employee is more valuable than the other? Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. I'll ask, is TCS in the building, Teamsters in the building, or UPE? Okay. Going to our district advisory committees, the CAC committee, District English Learner Advisory Committee, the LCAP committee. Welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and distinguished board members. My name is Angela Ash. I'm a parent in the LCAP PAC committee and also have been with the district since my son was in preschool. He is now in high school. I represent Area 4, and I'm here to report out what our group has been doing. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge Crystal Thomas, the executive director of the LCAP. She has been fantastic in wrangling the cats and keeping us on track. She's very communicative, very responsive, and she has made our working together much more efficient. And so now we're working smarter, not harder. I also want to thank Aaron Hansen and Matthew Kallman for their time and their energy in educating us about MTSS. So just a public acknowledgement to all three of those employees because I think they're fantastic. And I'm speaking for myself, but I know that the committee would agree with me. We have currently been reviewing LCAP goal number 2, and like all the goals in the LCAP, it is extensive. So we focused on LCAP goal number 2 because of our concern about learning recovery and the social and emotional health of our students. We are asking that the district leads and the program leads under those sub-goals in number 2 report back on the status of the goals and the improvements needed, the barriers they're incurring, and we've been asking questions of the program leads to get clarification. So that is ongoing, and we have also been learning extensively about MTSS and getting progress updates from Aaron and Matthew about the district implementation of MTSS. We are now thinking about the measures and the outcomes for the next LCAP that we want to see with regards to MTSS implementation. And then in a personal plea, just here on my own, that I would like to see continued support for professional learning for all staff because you can't implement MTSS without professional learning. So that is paramount. Just want to put a pin in that so when you review budgets in the future, you keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your service as well. Going to our Student Advisory Council. Okay. Black African American Advisory Board. No? Okay. Okay, going to item 8.3, Student Member Report. Floor is yours.
I do not have a report, but I do have a concern with what has happened today. I don't know if anyone has known, but I know a lot of students have known. A lot of students have been emailed in a spam or in a collective email, and it was really bad. It started off weird. It was like a whole bunch of highs and what's going on and what grade are you in, and then it started getting really dark. It started being like, you should kill yourself and go hang yourself, and then so on and so forth before it started getting shut down. That is one of the main issues about it. Another issue I have with it is my concerns about the emails for students is that a lot of students depend on those emails to for other things like colleges and emailing teachers, but since it's been shut down, we can't use our emails. We can't join any classrooms. We can't email our teachers. We can't get anything to or from. So I hope that is fixed and you guys are working on that, because I myself has missed a few emails. I know a few friends have missed a few emails. I just hope that that's worked out. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, student board member. We have done our best to communicate to our community and took a very quick action to stop further spamming. Chief Lyons, who is here, of course, led that effort, and just want to make sure, Chief Lyons, if you want to speak to sort of what our plans are to make sure that students have access to those accounts for both classroom purposes as well as other obligations and responsibilities that they have.
So currently that email is shut down because we're pulling back all those emails. So it went out to all students. It's a one big group. There's 38,000 students in the group, and there was 407 emails sent to 38,000 students. So it's in the millions, and it's taken some time to pull back, and we have our network engineers working on it right now. So we hope to have it back tomorrow morning. But in order to do that, we have to open up the email again. And so we're trying to work around that, so without students having to see all that in their email box. So it's currently being worked on.
Thank you. Going to item 9.1. Building site leadership capacity to foster a collaborative culture focused on improving student achievement. Wow, that is a long title. Come on up, Yvonne.
Good evening, Board President Rhodes, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I am Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer, and with me tonight who will be presenting is Erin Hansen, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum Instruction, April Shafto, who is an Instructional Assistant Superintendent, and also Enrique Flores, an Instructional Assistant Superintendent. As you may recall, on March 2nd, school teams from two of our school sites, Elder Creek and Harkness, participated in a presentation to the board, sharing their work that they have been engaged in centered around deep teacher collaboration, focusing on student learning. The team shared that they are strongly committed to the work, and they are already seeing positive benefits of their work in student outcomes. Research demonstrates that school leaders and site leadership remains one of the most important factors in influencing school success and student learning. In response to the increasing need of implementing sustainable and transformational change and clearly aligning the path of leadership to student achievement and student learning, we are focused on building the capacity of site leadership to foster collaborative cultures. So tonight, members of the academic leadership team will be presenting building site leadership capacity to foster a collaborative culture focused on improving student outcomes. Tonight, I will try to refrain from using acronyms, but just in case I do, there is a page to reference the acronyms found in this presentation. Both our core value and guiding principle illuminate why we do this work: to eliminate persistent disparities in achievement among groups of students in our schools will take more than well-intentioned strategies and a desire to change. It will require changing culture within schools. Change of this magnitude requires leadership that fosters strong collaborative cultures. As you listen to the presentation this evening, you will hear how we will focus on building leadership capacity to improve student outcomes, how our approach is grounded in our problem of practice and theory of action, and the supports and fostered accountability that are needed to be successful. In addition, you will hear our focus on building leadership capacity to foster collaboration is connected to our strategic priorities of high-quality instruction through professional learning, building site leadership capacity, and a foundation foundational principle of multi-tiered system of supports is that multi-tiered system support leadership teams use data to identify and eliminate barriers that students face in school. It provides the opportunity for educators and constituents through their commitment to producing more equitable outcomes to change the processes and procedures that result in educational inequities and hinder student learning. We'll next hear from Erin Hansen.
Good evening, board members. Nice to see you all. In order to address our 5 strategic priorities and improve outcomes for each student, it is imperative that we focus on building leadership capacity to foster and sustain collaborative cultures at every level of our system in service of student achievement. Tonight, we will be sharing with you why these collaborative cultures matter and how we are working to foster them at the site level. On this slide, and likely in your own experiences of education, you'll see that both site leader capacity and staff collective efficacy, which is a staff's shared belief in their ability to collaboratively cause student learning for all students, are the most critical factors in improving student learning conditions and outcomes. Researchers have identified collective efficacy, which exists only through effective collaboration, as having the single greatest impact on student achievement. Above all other factors, and collaborative cultures such as these are reliant on effective site leadership. To better understand why we are focusing on collaboration and collective efficacy, please consider this quote. Of the factors listed, socioeconomic status, prior achievement, home environment, and parental involvement, collective efficacy is it's not only the most powerful predictor of student achievement, it is the only factor of these that is within our control. At the previous board meeting, Ms. Wright discussed, you saw and heard the impact of collective efficacy on the school staff and student learning at Harkness and Elder Creek. You heard from teachers and leaders that their collaborative work, their shared belief in their ability that they can positively impact students and their commitment to the collaborative process, to quote one of our Harkness teachers, has enabled staff to become laser focused on the belief that all students can and will achieve academic success. This, we believe, is non-negotiable. So what does this mean for Sac City moving forward? It means that in order to deliver on our strategic priorities and improve outcomes for our most underserved students, we must build leadership capacity at every level of our system to build and foster collaborative cultures. In collaborative cultures, like those at Harkness and Elder Creek, members of the learning community have collective efficacy for student outcomes and collective responsibility for improving conditions for teaching and learning. We make this happen for our adults and our students through intentional and deliberate professional learning, collaboration, and practice. We learn and support our leaders and site staff to explicitly and systematically make the link between our collective actions and student outcomes. To understand collective impact, site teams need to determine how instructional practices impact student learning by regularly examining specific evidence, analyzing student data, sharing practices, and planning instruction and assessment. By promoting a culture of collaboration focused on knowing our impact, leaders, which is administrators, teams, and staff, have the potential to foster school improvement in ways that positively influence collective efficacy beliefs and thus promote student achievement. Leaders do this by engaging in conversations with staff about the meaning of their impact, about the difference between achievement goals and progress, and about the use of reliable and relevant evidence. So how do they build this collective efficacy? The primary input is the evidence of impact. When instructional improvement efforts result in improved student outcomes that are validated through sources of student learning data, educators' collective efficacy is strengthened. Evidence of collective impact, in turn, reinforces proactive collective behaviors, feelings, thoughts, and motivations, making collective efficacy a social resource that does not get depleted by its use, but it gets renewed. I will now hand it over to Instructional Assistant Superintendent Shafto to share what our system currently looks like with regard to collaborative structures and how we are working to improve them at the site level. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. As my colleague mentioned, we do currently have existing collaborative practices in our system. Some examples of those include structures such as our collaborative teams. One example of that would be our coordination of services team, professional learning communities, site leadership teams, teachers teams within grade levels, and community-based decision-making groups such as school site council and ELAC committees. Our current reality is that we have variation in understanding and implementation levels of effective collaborative systems and structures for MTSS and high-quality instruction that move from institutionalized practices, operational level implementation, and emerging competency. Some of the factors that contribute to the variations include inconsistency and lack of cohesion in district-wide practices, expectations, and requirements for professional learning, varying degrees of leadership development, data collection and analysis practices, practices and expectations on collaboration, relational capacity, adult mindset, schedules, turnover of staff, and how resources are allocated to support this work. Our approach will address this variation we see in implementation, practice, and student outcomes, and is based on our problem of practice and our theory of action, which are centered on delivering quality professional learning and fostering collaboration and accountability within a multi-tiered system of supports across and within our system. This variation in practice, which in part fuels our inequitable outcomes for students, led us to our problem of practice last summer. In addition, the CCEE Systemic Instructional Review and Council of Great City Schools audit helped inform this problem of practice by lifting up that in order to implement a collaborative structure such as MTSS, we must first provide professional learning for all of our stakeholders. Just as our root causes call out, we need to invest in a comprehensive professional learning model that is anchored in an instructional vision focused on high-quality instruction in order to build leadership capacity to foster collective efficacy and strengthen collaborative cultures. Without that investment, our students will continue to receive inconsistent learning experiences, resulting in inequitable outcomes. As we begin to better understand the impacts our root causes have had on our collaborative culture, our theory of action too has evolved. Through engagement with our site leaders and central office staff working directly with site teams, we have honed the theory of action to more accurately reflect our steps within this work. Through this evolution and refinement, our work has been focused on creating professional learning opportunities designed with principal feedback in mind as a lever to start building the capacity of our leadership teams. By engaging in this work, our principals work side by side with their leadership teams and staff at their sites, as well as with our leadership teams at the central office, developing a shared understanding of high-quality instruction through professional learning. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Enrique Flores.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. For the 22-23 school year, Site Leaders Professional Learning has been aligned along 3 of our district's strategic priorities, focusing on high-quality Tier 1 instruction, developing learning intentions with measurable success criteria, the implementation of MTSS across all systems, and culturally responsive professional learning that leads us to recognize and reflect on our own bias. As we strengthen cohesion and continue to build collaborative culture as a district, we recognize that everyone is a learner in our system. To this end, for the 22-23 year, we have implemented a professional learning structure that draws a through line from the central office to site leaders to site staff. The work we are engaged in to build and strengthen a professional learning plan to meet the needs of both our students and our adults is a work in progress. Through research, we are developing and refining a framework for high-quality instruction as a tiered instructional framework. This will guide our thinking as we design PL models to support all adult learning in our system, and will include a scope and sequence for a 3-year professional learning plan. Finally, we will provide site and department leaders with a professional learning plan for the 23-24 school year that will include a scope and sequence, structures, and expectations. Thank you. Our Chief Academic Officer. That's right.
In the 23-24 school year, our focus will continue to build on the vision that in every level our system, leaders are engaging in cycles of continuous improvement that strengthen leadership capacity and build collective efficacy. Our focus areas are again aligned with our strategic priorities: high-quality instruction, MTSS, and culturally responsive professional learning, continuing themes from this year while going deeper into the leadership and instructional practices necessary for improving student outcomes. We need your support in fostering accountability to achieve this. Those who hope to lead must begin by acknowledging that no one person will have the energy, expertise, and influence to lead a complex change process until it becomes anchored in the organization's culture without first gaining the support of key staff members. So I'm inviting you to join us in this work in order to transform our system by eliminating systemic and linguistic barriers to learning for all students and guarantee each student receives high-quality instruction and necessary support. The support we need is goal and role clarity. Everyone in our system, from the boardroom to the classroom, need to own this work and understand their role. We also need information. That information is the information that is critical to us is the data to determine student needs and measure our collective impact on student outcomes. And lastly, resources, investments in professional learning and high leverage evidence-based instructional practices. As one of our site leaders shared in a professional learning session just yesterday, investing in professional learning is about social justice. Investing in professional learning that we systematically and intentionally equip our adults with the mindsets, knowledge, and skills to create collaborative cultures where everyone believes that by working together, all students can accomplish great things.
Yvonne, really quickly, the agenda says action item, but the cover sheet says information. I just want to clarify that this is an informational item.
It's
only,
an
correct?
information.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. With that being said, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have one speaker, Terrence Gladney.
Okay. Brother Gladney, how are you doing? I appreciate you. Thank you for that.
Thank you guys again. Really quickly, when we're acknowledging our failures, call out Black students and other populations by name. Don't hide the single-digit achievement rate of Black students within 29% of the overall district failure. I think that would be more alarming and cause a little bit more urgency, which hasn't happened. We talk, all of this looks great on paper, but again, if we reflect back to Wide Open Walls, we're talking about collaboration, representation, school site empowerment. But even if we have adults that have a mindset of cultural responsiveness, how do you explain to a kid when they see a picture of Frederick Douglass that has straightened hair and looks like he's, in Parliament Funkadelic or something, there's no uplifting of what he actually meant and who he was. So how do you teach that when you have visual contrast that kids are seeing and it's right on the playground? So, where's the uplifting of what we're actually teaching? We're talking about telling them how to teach and they need to teach, but we're giving them crap to teach. How about we empower them with the beauty of their knowledge and wisdom and all the years of schooling and education that they have in their life experiences so they can pass that on to students? How about we get people from the community actually involved instead of looking across the nation for artists to come in when we have great talent within our city limits? How about we get alumni from the school sites to come out and paint these walls instead of trying to uplift adult mindsets? When we're talking about school sites, and it seems like we're pushing a lot of things down to the school site, but resources isn't just professional learning. We don't have adults on campus. And I told you guys before, if we're going to have these community fairs, why not have a hiring table? I didn't see that. What I did see was a lot of families and individuals, adults that I knew that could use a job, and we have a lot of vacancies, but I didn't see a space for them to be hired on the spot or even let them know that we have a need. There's a lot of work to be done, but if we don't change our mindset, as far as like right now, most of the resources are spent at the district level. Are we going to change our spending habits and allow school sites to have more resources, actual resources, people, money, so that they can then make this stuff actually work? Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
We do not.
Okay, let's go to my colleagues. Once again, remember, this is only a informational item. Anybody in the queue? No one's in the queue. We have Member Jean in the queue. Floor is yours, Member Jean.
First, can I say, wow, you asked for 30 minutes and you only took 15. That was really impressive. So thank you for that. And I really love the ambition of this. Like when you look at not only the title, as Member Rhodes mentioned, but I'm looking at, sorry, I was assuming others would talk and I'd have time to prepare a little more. It's towards the end when we're looking at our 3 goals, strategic priorities. There's a lot of goals in here. And I'm trying to figure out like, what's the question I want to ask? It feels like we're still talking about a high level theory of what we want to see happen. And I'm wondering what the more like tangible action plan intent is going to be. Are we at the point where we have a tangible action plan of what this looks like? Because, for example, it sounds very simple on page 20. We're going to identify and define essential standards. As a teacher who's been in the classroom for 18 years, we're still working on that. It's amazing how ambitious that is, especially when you start looking at all of the grade levels, all of the subject content areas, all of the different standards, right? So what are our action plans? Do we have those in place yet, or are we still in the bigger, broader thinking space?
Would you like me to respond? Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. It is ambitious. I will first refer you to slide 19, which is the one just prior to that, that talks about what our timeline is. So right now we are in the process of designing what that action plan looks like. So just want to draw your attention to that. So it is in process. I will say then going back to slide 20, and I'll use the example that you provided around identifying and defining essential standards. That's not a goal, that's an area of focus for professional learning. So for example, we're not saying that by the end of 23-24, every classroom, every teacher, every site will have identified and defined all of their essential standards, but that the focus of professional learning around high quality tier 1 instruction is going to be on identifying and defining those essential standards, because in addition to that collective efficacy having a high effect size on student learning, we know that teacher clarity does as well too. So we want to be, that's what we're focusing on in terms of that high quality tier 1 instruction.
Okay, thank you. That helped a lot. And then I guess the reason I was going through the pages trying to follow along, and I did kind of miss the explanation of the PL work in progress. With the multi-year model, it feels like you're only focusing on HQI here. So how does the MTSS, and specifically, is HQI considered part of that tier 1 on MTSS? And so what are our plans for tier 2 and tier 3?
So I feel like there's kind of 2 questions right there. Are we just focusing on high quality instruction? And the answer is no. So I'll refer to slide 20 again, where we have the 3 strategic priorities. So high quality tier 1 instruction, MTSS implementation, and culturally responsive professional learning. So when we're talking about defining and designing a professional learning model and plan, it's to focus on all 3 of those strategic priorities and how do they integrate together, and how do we, as we discussed as Assistant Superintendent Flores said, their through line from central office staff to site leaders to site staff. So ensuring that there's a through line where all 3 of those things are interconnected, which is complex. right? Very. And so, right now we're in the process of designing what that looks like so that we can then bring it and solicit feedback on it in terms of what feels like it's going to really work and be usable in our system. Your second question it was about what are we doing for tier 2 and tier 3. So yes, the big focus area for professional learning is around that tier 1, because what we know is that we cannot intervention our way out of disproportionate student outcomes, right? We need to really focus on that tier 1 universal supports for students in order to be able to actually start changing those student outcomes. And that's not just about instructional best practices, that's about that culture climate piece, right? The anti-bias, anti-racist work that we're doing, the trauma responsive practices that we're going to be bringing in next year, all of that is part of that universal tier 1. And so that's why the focus is really on tier 1, is because we know that if we don't get tier 1 right, we cannot change outcomes for our students by continuing to focus on those tier 2 and tier 3 strategies. That does not mean that we are not providing tier 2 and tier 3 strategies at the school site, and that's where MTSS comes in, because those need to be matched to student need. And so if we aren't using a multi-tiered system of support, those interventions aren't databased and they aren't matched to student need. And so this MTSS implementation piece is about how do we at the site level look at what we're learning from student data, whether that's anecdotal, formative, progress monitoring assessments, what teachers are collecting in their classrooms, and then matching that data to student need. And so that's why we want to keep really focusing on this MTSS implementation piece, because that's the only way that we ensure that tier 2 and tier 3 interventions are matched and effectively monitored for progress.
Thank you for that, because part of what I really struggle with when we focus on high quality tier 1 instruction over and over again is it feels like you're basically looking at somebody and saying, you just need to do better and the problems would be solved. And I know that part of MTSS is the idea, yes, as teachers do better at tier 1, the tiers 2s and tiers 3 can be more strategic and more selective. But there are also times and places where the tier 1 can't get better because they don't have the tier 2 and 3 supports that are helping them. So they're feeling overwhelmed, and just it becomes this cycle where it feels like it's not going anywhere. And I've heard so much more presentations about a focus on high quality tier 1 instruction and MTSS implementation, but not as much as tier 2 and tier 3. And so I really want to know, like, how are we making sure that while we are getting the most bang for our buck at that 80% tier 1, which I don't like the 80% number, but that's a whole nother animal, because we know that with SPED at 15%, like the 80% is not, like, it has to be collaborative, collective. All the tiers need to be functioning for this to truly work. And so I want to ensure that we're also looking at the tier 2 and 3. I love that you want it to be informed on student need. I think that's great, because I think too often we start hiring random folks at random positions and then they're not being effective, and then we're just even more in the mess, right? So that was kind of the point, I think, of my question. And so as you guys put together more action plans, I'd love to hear a little bit more about the tier 2, 3 development, so that the tier 1 doesn't feel like it's just always on the back of our teachers. And I don't think that's your intent, because your face was a little surprised when you heard me say it, but that's kind of the nagging thought I've had, is it feels like you're just tier 1, tier 1, tier 1. And it's like, okay, there's only, after a while, that it doesn't work.
Yeah. So can I respond to that a little bit?
Please.
So I would say I did have a face when you said that. I did. Because to me, that's not when we talk about tier 1 instruction, it's not get better at your job and then everything will be fixed, right? It's that we all have a collective responsibility to ensure that our tier 1 universal supports and instruction are in place, right? And when we talk about those tier 1 supports, that's not just what classroom teachers are doing, right? That is what it feels like when a child walks onto campus. Who is their first interaction that day? What do the walls have on them? What do we do to make sure that the second our students and families walk onto that campus, that it feels welcoming and that it's a place that they can engage in and learn? And so, tier 1, I don't love that we say tier 1 instruction, HQI, right? Because I feel like instruction doesn't really encapsulate everything that we're talking about. And that's why you'll hear me often say supports and instruction, because to me, it's that whole big, the wraparound whole child supports, right? What are we doing every single day? What are the leaders doing? What are the teachers doing? What is the support staff doing? What are our parents who are there to provide support doing, right? So what are we all doing to ensure that tier 1 is effective. So I don't see that as teachers need to do this and then everything will get better. So I just had to respond to that piece.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah. And I will also say, and I appreciate you bringing it up, I will also say as far as tier 2 and tier 3 is concerned, I'm happy to ensure that we bring that in more, because really when we're talking about MTSS, I think, I'm hearing what you're saying right now. It feels like there's a disconnect in the sense that when we say MTSS, we're just talking about tier 1. And so we can be very much more deliberate about pointing out that that's tier 2 and tier 3, because what we're training our site leaders on in cohort 3 right now around MTSS is this data-based decision making, and how when we look at our data, we can see who that tier 1 is meeting the needs of, and we can see who it isn't meeting the needs of. And when we see who it isn't meeting the needs of, we need to make adjustments both to our tier 1 supports and to ensure that those interventions are properly matched and based on data and progress monitored. So we can absolutely be more explicit about that moving forward.
Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome.
And then I think the last big question I had, sorry, I did have one more big
Okay,
one.
that's very good. And board members, remember this is an informational item.
Is, as you were talking a lot about like the collaboration and the idea of, here we go. Okay, I'm on page 12. And it talked about the variation in implementation. And it made me kind of think through, on one hand, what we're talking about here is the reality that building to scale is a challenge, right? You brought up a lot about what Harkness and Elder Creek are doing, and it is beautiful and it is amazing. And it was so wonderful to hear their excitement and their investment, but also to recognize the reality of how much work that is, how many resources that requires, the time, the training, the money, right? Like there's a lot going on to make that effective, and scaling that is incredibly challenging, to say the least. But then I also started thinking through how if you then try to do the one size fits all, you end up actually not meeting all the needs, because we have 80 campuses, 78 campuses, 75. And is it 85? 75. Okay, I'm trying to remember all the numbers.
Like two other ones, so like
Excellent.
77 in total.
But those all have personalities and communities and beautiful students and their minds and their passions and interests, as well as the staff that have been there and have been invested for so long. So how do we engage the uniqueness of each campus while getting rid of the variation that's problematic? And I was just wondering, like, how do you establish those larger goals, like the non-negotiables in the Dufour world? What's going to be tight? This is what we expect, and what's loose, because every site needs to get there in the way that makes sense for them. So just wondering, how are you approaching that reality?
So I'd say, well, a couple of different pieces to that. I'm sorry, I think it's Brian who's managing the slides right now. Perhaps I'm going to bring you back to slide 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
For bouncing around. I appreciate it. So I'm bringing you back to this slide because I think that this can help define some of that tight, loose piece a little bit. So when we're talking about those strategic priorities of high quality tier 1 instruction, identifying and defining essential standards, this is a skill that we know research, evidence-based practice that lends itself to teacher clarity and therefore improves student outcomes, right? And so that would be considered something that we would want to see being employed at every site. Where the flexibility comes in and the autonomy is that identifying and defining essential standards happens based on the students at that school and what their needs are. And so the practice of identifying and defining essential standards would be a tight, whereas the loose is, what are those essential standards that are being identified and defined by site leadership teams, by teacher teams, and by teachers. And so that's where you would see a difference there. I would say also when you're looking at strategic priority number 2, effective leadership. So under this MTSS implementation, I'm going to go down to that second bullet, PLCs, learning for alignment and improvement. So this has been our big question all year, is that what we're seeing at Harkness and Elder Creek is amazing, right? We all want to live in that space. And it is a huge investment of resources, that intensive level of support. And so we have embedded teams from the curriculum and instruction department who are learning alongside the staff at Harkness and Elder Creek about what are the big things that we can then bring to scale. And when we're talking about scaling that, it's not necessarily scaling it in terms of implement the investment in resources, but how do we scale those practices and mindsets across our district? And that goes right back up to identifying and defining essential standards. In the PLC world, that's the big question is, what are students supposed to be learning and how will we know what they're learning, right? And so trying to take those pieces out of it that we can then infuse into professional learning through that through line, right? What is the central office, what are our central office teams learning? What are our site leaders learning? What are our teachers learning? So that there's a through line for all of that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Member Singh.
All right. Thank you so much. 25 seconds. Not going to happen in 25 seconds. But it's all your fault, Tara. I'm staying on slide 20. Strategy 3 is where my heart leans, and I just want to know how we can implement strategy priority number 3 at a higher level. The way I read it is that if we include a culture where there's anti-bias, anti-racist, trauma-responsive practices, that we would be able to respond to the needs of our children better, especially those who are most impacted in the classroom, to make sure that they actually stay in the classroom, right? We had examples from people in the community who mentioned some of the issues that we had recently. Would anti-bias, anti-racist, trauma-responsive practices prevented us from suspending a student in the situation that we just had at Kit Carson, for example? I also know that our school safety team has thought of ideas around anti-racism, anti-bias type stuff, and I'm wondering if you're collaborating at all with our school safety team around this, because they have the folks in place who are ready to like step in and keep our campuses safe, but also make sure that issues like this can actually be, I guess, tackled in a manner that's actually culturally responsive, right? Because for me, I'd say as someone who, I don't have teachers who look like me, right? And I benefited from teachers who I felt like either already exhibited this level of anti-racist, anti-bias type teaching to me, maybe just because they were teachers who came with that own background. But I can't expect it from every teacher, right? So we have an opportunity. We're saying here that we're going to provide training to get teachers to that place. Is everybody going to get there? I don't know, right? Is everybody going to become anti-racist because we give them a training on it? Of course not, right? But it's our job to get that done or implement that. So I just really want to see, one, why is priority 3? Why is it 3 and why is it not 2? Why is it not 1? I really feel like for me, I would love to see priority 3 uplifted at a higher level, because I think it would have, this is just me speaking, I think it would have a more direct impact on the students who are most affected in our district, the ones who continually fall, the ones that we are unfortunately failing at many levels, especially our students of color, especially, as folks wanted to point out, our Black and brown students, our BIPOC students, right? What can we do to uplift this priority, and why is it not 1 or 2?
Okay. I'm going to, I think I've taken some notes on the various questions that were in there, so I will try to answer them and stop me or tell me if I need to go back and revisit. So as far as the order of the priorities are concerned, they're not prioritized. That's not the first priority, second priority, third priority. So they're all 5 district priorities. And so I would say that because that's number 3 doesn't mean that it's the third priority. And in fact, what I will tell you is that as we are designing what professional learning looks like in our system, this is what we look at first. This professional learning guides everything about how we implement MTSS and how we implement high quality tier 1 instruction. So it's more like the foundation of all of that than it is at the bottom of the list, if that makes sense. I will also add that when we are talking about I'm going to go back to this idea of high quality tier 1 instruction and supports, right? These universal supports that every child receives that impact not just what's happening in the classroom, but their entire experience at the school site and with our district, that this culture climate piece around anti-bias, anti-racist, trauma-responsive practices is at the very foundational level of that universal tier 1 support. And so if we don't get that right, the rest of it doesn't matter. And so that has to be the first priority. And so what we're doing right now, we have, and I know the board and our cabinet have worked with our EPIC education partners around implicit bias, compassionate dialogue, the anti-bias, anti-racist work that we're doing. We are also working with trauma responsive practices experts. And our intention going into next year is to really weave those things together so that we can provide some really focused professional learning for our staff at the site and district level around this work, so that that's the foundation, right? So when you engage with anyone in our district, we should be interacting at this level where we are examining our own implicit bias, right? Where we are being trauma responsive so that we are anti-racist educators. That work is hard, right? And it's going to take us a long time to get it right, but that's absolutely the first priority when we're thinking about what do we need to do first. So I would say that, I feel like it's very much uplifted in our department and in our academic office, but I can see why it feels like that as number 3. So we can certainly have that conversation. The other thing that you mentioned was about the safety team, and I will say that Danny Roletti, who's not here tonight, is because he has other things happening. Is our director of professional learning for culture and climate, and he and Ray Lozado do work closely together, and so that in the safety office, and so that piece is happening. And I will say the work that we're doing in the academic office around building coherence is also an important factor for that as we look at the various work streams that we have going on, and thinking about who is impacted, who has a part in each of these, so that we're not operating in those silos that we've gotten used to over time here. The last piece I will say is you said something about we can't just give a training on anti-bias, anti-racist practices and assume that we're all anti-racist educators. And so one of the things that Yvonne said at the end about that support and fostered accountability, and you actually heard our LCAP PAC representative tonight talk about the investment in professional learning. When we're talking about professional learning, we're not talking about one-off trainings. We're talking about a comprehensive integrated approach that includes trainings, but it also includes job-embedded supports, so coaching and feedback cycles, progress monitoring, data collection, evidence, so that as we're going through the process of becoming anti-racist educators, we are providing the support along the way. Because you're absolutely right. We can't go to a training and suddenly we've got fairy dust sprinkled on us and we are anti-racist educators, right? We have to actually be fully invested and committed to that work. And so that's why you hear us continue coming back to please invest in professional learning, please. And that means that's a big investment, and it's one that's absolutely needed if we want to change outcomes for our kids.
Thank you. And I just want to say, I don't think that you're going to do one training and that's it. I just want to mention it out loud that it's obviously that's not how things work. But obviously the name of the game is implementation, but also scalability, but also, again, implementation. Because I do think we have things in place across this district. It's about implementing them, right? And making sure that those processes are followed. I would just ask if it's possible to reflect. So I guess no matter how anyone reads it, it's still going to read it as priority 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
If that is truly the case, I would like for this presentation to shift that priority to the top so everyone can read it, that exactly is your foundational piece for this type of work.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or use a pyramid and just make it the foundation.
What's that?
I said, or use a pyramid and just make it the foundation.
We can totally do that. We already have a pyramid, actually,
Beautiful.
and this
Yeah.
is at the very foundation of it, and you'll see it sometime soon.
Perfection. MVP, Member Phillips.
Okay, so we're just going to go to slide 18. And I just want you all to understand I'm not being critical at all. I'm just asking a question. Page 18, it talks about professional learning structures. And professional learning, I understand it looks like it kind of rolls downhill, which is a good thing. Are we looking into professional learning for those below site staff, say our classified members?
I think site staff does include our classified members. So this is 22, 23. And so one of the things that we will be looking at or are looking at right now as we think about what a professional learning model looks like moving forward as we move toward the greater coherence is how do we ensure that every member of our system knows what their role is and is prepared to fulfill it with regard to high quality instruction, student outcomes, culturally responsive professional learning. So that's not just about, when we say site staff, that's not just about teachers. That's about all of the staff at the site level. And when we talk about central office, that's not just about non-represented management and, our directors and coordinators and all that. That's about our classified staff and our certificated staff at the central office level as well.
Okay. I look forward to hearing more about how this is professional learning structures for people who touch and interact with our kids every day.
Yep, absolutely necessary.
Thank you. And seeing that there's no one else in the queue, we appreciate your time and we'll move on with the business of the day. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to item 9.2, annual update, student attendance engagement, and the CARE team. Once again, this is an informational item. Hello, Ms. Crutchman.
Thank you, President Rhodes. If I can just segue a little bit, this too is a student-centered presentation for the board. So we are bringing 2 items that are related to how we're supporting our students and to Member Singh's question and comment. Member Singh, I think as you're listening and maybe our staff can incorporate how this applies to our MTSS efforts as well.
Hopefully you hear it throughout the presentation. Good evening. Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Rose, and respective board members. My name is Jennifer Crutchman, and I am the Director of Student Attendance and Engagement. This is O'Neill Sanchez, Supervisor of A&E, and Andrea Torres, Child Welfare and Attendance Specialist. On the benches behind us, we have Autumn, Lucy, Carla, and Esteban, who are our child welfare and attendance liaisons throughout the district. I'm now going to turn it over to O'Neill Sanchez.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Rhodes, and respected board members. Next slide, please. So here you'll see the district's guiding principle, which is all students are given an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Below that, you'll see our department's vision that kind of correlates with the district's principle of authentic relationships with students, families, and community are at the core of our work in reducing chronic absence, increasing student engagement, and ensuring academic success for all students, especially our least well-served. Next slide, please. So here you'll see just some acronyms that we use within our department and with school sites. The big ones that will stand out to you would be the CARE, Connect, Ask, Relate, and Engage, which is our logo, our motto, as well as CWAS, which Child Welfare and Attendance Specialist, and ESP, which is Engagement Support Plan, formerly known as SART. So we're the only school district in the state of California that actually rebranded our SARTs to ESP when the pandemic hit. Next slide, please. So what is the LCSSP grant? The Learning Communities for School Success program is actually funded through Prop 47 that many of us are familiar with. Through this grant, we're able to support students who are suffering from chronic absenteeism and improve their attendance by reducing their issues of why, or their barriers, I should say, of why they're not coming to school. So again, it's just pretty much supporting students who are at risk of dropping out. But again, we don't want to use the at-risk term, so that's why we go about it another way. Next slide, please. So this slide in particular, we use it at all of our presentations, all of our trainings to ensure that people understand the definition of chronic absence. So chronic absenteeism is defined as missing 10% or more of the enrolled school days, regardless if it's excused, unexcused, and even suspensions. So the big thing here is that when absences occur actually matter as well. So a student who missed at least 2 to 4 days in the month of September alone will be 5 times more likely to be chronically absent than a student who didn't miss as many days in that particular month. Next slide, please. So in this particular slide, you'll see the importance of showing up every day. However, this graph will really illustrate that missing days over time, how much a student would actually miss during their educational career. So even a student that misses 1 day a month, when you add that all up, when they miss 1 day a month in their kindergarten, if that's a continuous pattern, by the time they get to 12th grade, they missed over 6 months of learning. And this is based on a 10-month school year and a 5-day school week, which we do. Next slide, please. So here's a little background history on our department. Before Jennifer and I were brought onto the district, there was really no attendance team or department dedicated for attendance. It was just 2 people that were part of attendance, but oversee mostly enrollment. So with us being brought in, we were able to launch the Be Here campaign. So this was a youth-led initiative with the LCSSP funds. Through this, we were able to create a priority of attendance. Once the school year 2019-2020 happened, we were able to add 5 more staff members to our team. And through this, we were able to really focus with school sites on reducing their chronic absence. And our data shows that in the month of February of 2020, we had a record ADA set, as well as reduced chronic absence. But sure enough, as we all know, that particular month, March, is when the pandemic hit. Therefore, in 2020, 2021, our district was able to receive the LCSSP grants all over again. And through this, we were able to launch our MTSS framework in regards to attendance. However, even so, that was when we were having distance learning, and it really just turned attendance upside down. But after which, the 21-22 school year, that's when we transitioned from the Be Here team to the CARE team. And this really focused our engagement more so on relationship building and became more of an issue of, is attendance really the issue versus COVID? And it was just a losing battle. But however, COVID is not the only crisis. Attendance became just as concerning as we've seen, as it was inadvertently fueling the school to prison pipeline. Now in this particular school year, we have refocused our efforts to supporting 18 focus sites. And through those sites, we're able to really take our initiative in restorative and supportive approach. I'll now pass it to Andrea Torres.
So good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Rhodes, and respected board members. As previously mentioned, my name is Andrea Torres, and I'm a child welfare and attendance specialist in our department. So at A&E, we established a focus site program where each CWAS, child welfare and attendance specialist, works with our sites and provide direct support implementing tiered interventions and use the MTSS framework to meet their A&E goals. Next slide, please. So how our focus sites were chosen, we chose our focus sites based on chronic absence rates pre and post-COVID, focusing on elementary and K through 8 sites that were part of the MTSS cohorts 1 and 2. On the screen, you'll see the list of our focus sites along with their chronic absence rates from 2016 through 2021. Next slide, please. Once we had our focus sites selected, we divided amongst our team. We divided them amongst our team, and we wanted to get started, start off the year ahead of the game rather than working in crisis mode. So we cross-referenced our 21-22 attendance data with our 22-23 enrollment data to generate a list of chronically absent students and conducted summer connection home visits. We successfully connected with over 500 families by phone calls, letters, emails, and home visits of chronically absent students between the month of July and August. What we learned from these home visits is that families were disconnected, fear and anxiety were very high, and families looked at school as optional. Next slide, please. This is the focus of our MTSS work. Each CWAS has 2 to 3 sites where they spend 1 full day a week on campus each at each site where they work with the principal to create MTSS foundations, such as creating attendance teams, looking at data-based decision-making, and establishing data and intervention protocols and tiered re-engagement. We work the absence process with our clerks, which includes holding ESPs, conducting home visits, and prepping SARB referrals. We also offered to pay our clerks extra hours to support attendance work, as the majority of our clerks are 3.5-hour clerks, and their work does not focus on attendance. Each of our focus sites has been given money to purchase attendance incentives for students with improved attendance, and some have chosen to use those funds towards game trucks or purchasing awards or putting on other events for these students. Next slide, please. As a result of our work and the pandemic entering its final stages, every one of our focus sites has had a reduction in chronic absence rates when compared to last year. Our top 4 schools with the largest reduction as of March 23rd are New Joseph Bonheim with a reduction of 27.2%, and in second place, Bret Harte with a reduction of 21.3%, Edward Campbell reduced by 18.1%, and Cesar Chavez by 15.4%. So as of this year, again, as of March 23rd, New Joseph Bonheim has a chronic absence rate of 29%. Bret Harte has a chronic absence rate of 33.2%. Edward Campbell, 33.5%, and Cesar Chavez, 24.4%. As you can see, while we're making a huge progress, there is still a lot of work to be done, and it'll take time, money, and manpower. Next slide, please. And I'll hand this over to Jennifer.
Great job, Andrea. Hello again. So while much of our time is aimed at using MTSS at our focus sites to reach our goals, or at least strive to reach our goals, we still have 77 or 80 or 75, I'm not sure, schools district-wide that our team supports daily. Next slide, please. The most important thing Sac City needs to address attendance rates is data. Without it, we can't measure our progress, our work, our student successes, our areas that need improvement. We partner with Everyday Labs, who have given us the most amazing attendance and engagement data dashboard and intervention monitoring tool, Everyday Pro. This tool receives nightly updates from our student information system, Infinite Campus, so all of the data is nearly real time. It's a daily. As you can see, it is colorful, interactive, easy to use, and intuitive. It provides everything a site attendance team needs to successfully implement MTSS. Everyday Labs is constantly adding and adjusting elements to meet our needs. They actually customize the tool for us. It's available for all Sac City staff to use, and then we even provide regular professional learning. So next slide, please. I'll talk really fast. We also have attendance systems. We help all of our school sites with the standardized absence process that maintains consistency in addressing absences with families. We provide this, a comprehensive toolkit. We redesign it each year. We have a website, a monthly newsletter, and so much more. Every single district school receives support from one of our team members. We have office hours each week, a monthly peer learning network that's widely attended, and quarterly trainings. Next slide, please. We also message attendance. We had the amazing Let's Go campaign, primarily focused on social media, designed by our comms team, the CARE website, newsletters, Everyday Labs messaging, updated attendance emails. Basically, in order for attendance to be important, we have to message attendance. We have to show that we care. Next slide, please. You know all about our community engagement events. I saw many of you at our first one of the school year, and that was in celebration of Attendance Awareness Month. We partnered with Nikki and the comms team. We had over 1,000 people there. It was amazing. It felt amazing, and we were very proud of the work and all of the people that showed up. Next slide, please. Another research-based nudge intervention, and this is also with Everyday Labs. We actually started working with them back in 2018 with these absence reports. If you're a parent in the district, you might have seen them. They are research-based. They come from a Harvard study on Todd Rogers. This year, and we'll show you the data real quick, we've sent a ton of absence reports, text messages, and we have two-way text chatbot where parents and students can get responses, find resources. It's highly interactive, and I know that as AI improves, it will be even more interactive and helpful in customizing attendance interventions for students. Next slide, please. We served 73 schools with our interventions. There were 6,000 families that responded and requested resources, and some of the resources that our families wanted most, where usually we would expect to see transportation, this time, post-COVID, it was community resources, wellness or mental health, food, and they wanted to know more about attendance. So, next slide, please. This is just their very first general improvement metric. We have a tool here, and I'm not sure where we are with introducing it, but it is even better with even clearer data around the improvement and growth of attendance in our district. But what we have learned is that we are still failing to serve our Black and brown students. You can see that on the disaggregated data on the right. So while we had 61% of our students improve attendance after they received the intervention, the lowest group happened to be our Black and African American students. We still have a ton of work to do. Next slide. 18% of students moved from chronically absent to not chronically absent. And that's the goal. Chronic absence isn't just a number, like we're not just saying that metric. There was a ton of research done that stated when a student misses 2 or more days a month, they will fall behind academically. So we're not just arbitrarily picking some number. There is evidence and research that backs this up. It's actually a state and federally mandated metric that we have to monitor. It's on the dashboard. Next slide, please. This one is, I believe, one of the most important. Through our Everyday Labs intervention, we recovered or prevented 9,000 plus absences. Now, this is an estimate number because trying to figure out how much ADA each student earns on a daily basis is, again, very tricky, but it's somewhere around $70, $80. We recovered about $650,000 so far this year in ADA funding. So this, we more than support ourselves. The most important part is that we recovered 3.2 million minutes of learning, okay? And that's something that we know many students missed over the past 3 years. Next slide, please. And I'll pass it back to O'Neill.
So right here, going back to our partnership with Everyday Labs, you can see the impact it has actually done in regards to intervention. So 61% of our students have improved attendance after receiving some type of Everyday Lab intervention. Over 4,000 students were no longer chronically absent after receiving some type of intervention from Everyday Labs. Over 9,000 absences were prevented, which is therefore translating into $500,000, recouped in ADA. And over 14,000 resources were provided to families. Next slide. So here's some quick bullet points for our goal for this upcoming school year is to become an independent office funded with or without LCSSP funds. We do plan on applying for cohort number 7, but doesn't guarantee we'll get it. We do plan on collaborating more so with our district's FACE department, as well as enmesh truancy and chronic absence to form one cohesive absence process, and as well as create more positions for our team so that we can continue to support school sites. And actually, this picture right here is a mural at one of our school sites at Elder Creek Elementary that was done in collaboration with Wide Open Walls. Next slide, please. And right here, you'll have everybody that's on our team so far. And most of us are here, so that way you can see that we're actually dedicated to the work. Last slide, please. So I'd like to leave you all with this last quote from Hetty Chang, who's from our Tennis Works, who we collaborate a lot with. And it's just shift in improving attendance. You got to invest in the relationship building that's so critical and motivating kids to show up and to actually begin to generate and the trust that allows kids and families to share with you what's really keeping them from getting to school. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for you guys' presentation. before we go to my colleagues, do we have any public comment?
We do have one speaker, Terrence Gladney.
What's going on, Breda?
I did want to uplift the murals at Elder Creek. They're beautiful. They're reflective of their culture. It was a very collaborative experience, but there's also a precedent set there because they had murals that were not reflective of what they wanted, and it was changed. So I know it's not just at Cabrillo. I know that Keith B. Kinney, there's other things that need to be fixed. So we really need to do a comprehensive sort of review. When we talk about attendance, we have to. I would love if it was wrapped into the academic portion. There's been so many times where I'm standing, at the front office in Cabrillo. Why are you late? Why are you or why were you absent? Transportation. We had our transportation director come, and I remember when he said, it was probably like 5-8 years ago. I don't know. He said, I read an article about the danger of railroad crossings, and I knew that had to be our focus as far as where we restore bus routes. But I have kids at Cabrillo that walk all the way from Freeport Manor, up Fruit Ridge, down Lonsdale, which has no sidewalks. I've seen middle schoolers from Brandon almost get hit right there at the intersection. It is almost, when we had a community meeting about Freeport and Seamus, they said it was designed as an artery street from I-5 to 99, and that's the way people drive. And we redid the parking lot, but now it's a danger to people pulling into the parking lot, so there's multiple hazards, and we're responsible for kids when they leave their home until they return. If we're not looking at transportation and making sure kids can get safely to schools, then we're not really addressing the comprehensive nature of attendance and engagement. We have an open enrollment school district that empowers people with resources and privileges to travel where they want, but we have kids in our own quote-unquote neighborhood schools that can't even get there. So if we're talking about equity, let's talk about what the actual facts are. Let's talk about schools that have lost transportation routes after closures and when they had those things promised to them. Let's talk about actually meeting the needs of kids where they are and use the resources that are earmarked for them to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then as we get to, my time's up, guys, sorry. As we get into board comment, I would love to have your whole team actually stand. I know we saw their names, but you guys do great work. And if you're comfortable, I know we're going to have a lot of questions, but, I know they're sitting comfortable. I don't want to have you guys stand too long, but I just wanted you guys to be recognized in the space and for the work that you guys do. With that, I'm going to go to my colleagues. Member Kayada.
Well, I just want to say I really appreciate the work you're doing and how visible you are in the community, not just amongst the families you're reaching out to, but we see you at the events. Great idea having the shirts whenever you're at a table because people come over and they get the shirt and then they stand by and they talk. And I think I've got like 10 shirts at home, so I know my family knows all about this. Just one thing, and it's prefaced by saying it's not a critique, just something that I would appreciate if we could look into. So I get these letters all the time from my kids, right? And the only reason they've ever been absent is because they're sick. And just kind of as a allegory, I guess, to the impact these letters have, my daughter was sent home from school one day because she threw up or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. And because I'm concerned about getting this letter, I said, okay, but you're going to go back to school again tomorrow. You're going to go to bed early. You're going to rest, have some Pediasure, right? Or Pedialyte. And it turned out she actually was still sick, and because of that, she was out 3 days the next week. I'm just concerned. I want to make sure, we of course need to keep an eye on attendance, and it doesn't really matter the cause because it's still learning loss. But make sure that we don't forget the lessons of the pandemic, which is if you're sick, you should stay home. And just kind of see if there's any way with this software that is on slide 18. I'm not necessarily saying don't send a letter if it's because of sickness, but maybe a more tailored message. There's like one line here. It's like, if you had COVID, you should stay home. But, I'm just concerned that we're sending a message that attendance is more important than health. And especially with kids like my daughter who's in kindergarten who wasn't sick during the pandemic and now is getting sick all the time because she didn't get exposed in the past 3 years, making sure that we're not encouraging other kids to come to school and get their whole class sick. So really not a critique, just something that I'm, based on my experience, and I know other families are probably feeling this way too, is we want to nudge good behavior, but we also want to reward people for learning the lessons of the pandemic. Thank you, though.
Yeah, you can respond, but I vote if you're sick, please stay home, everyone.
Yeah,
If you're
absolutely.
sick, just please stay home.
And I think exactly right. The pandemic kind of changed everything. And we used to have very clear guidelines about what to do. And if you're this sick, if you've had a fever in the last 24 hours, do not come to school. Well, all of that has shifted, and it's shifted so much that it's really hard to be clear and concise because with the guidance, it's changed. And so I agree completely. What's hard is that we often get phone calls from families of students who barely missed and they're excused. And it's great, but those aren't the students who are suffering from chronic absence. And we don't have the ability to pick and choose and know which students are the ones who haven't gone to school for the first 2 years, because they had a mother who had to work, a single family home, and he was taking care of younger siblings. So it's really tricky. And I know that we're going to make some people upset, and I hope that they don't send their kids to school when they're sick. I will gladly add a line like that. But know that this is for all of our students, and that's our goal. So thank you, though.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up is, if we're using software to do this, if there's any way to go in there and look, I'm not saying that something should be changed other than that, and I thank you for that suggestion to kind of look at some language, but I understand it's a balancing act, and we really need our kids in school, not just because of ADA, even though that is good to put a dollar on it. But really to make sure they're learning. And I think this is potentially an opportunity for us as a board to look at, okay, we need to support this program, which is amazing, but also maybe sharing data with our academic support department and looking at talking to school sites like, hey, if we have these kids are out and it's because of sickness, that's maybe different and it needs different intervention, and maybe that's more, hey, is there any extra work we can give you? And that wouldn't necessarily be your team, but a way to cross-collaborate and really uplift our kids who are coming to absence from different reasons. But thank you.
Thank you. And
I have a whole lot I could say about independent studies, but that's another time. So.
okay, I thought you were about to tell us a lot about independent studies. We're gonna go to Member McGurk.
So just a quick comment, just to piggyback off that. How do you guys deal with people who have mental health days or have to leave because of cultural reasons? Because I know there's sometimes absences that happen because someone's going to a celebration of something and now they can't attend. Like, what do you guys message that you can't, they can't really per se skip it because of cultural reason, or they can't go to school because they are mentally unwell to perform?
Yeah, those are actually excused absences, and they are. We have at the beginning of the year, everyone gets the student and family handbook. It lists all the different reasons you can be absent, and mental health is one. You don't have to state that; it just goes under health. And the same thing for religious or cultural holidays, and then we're adding one for civic engagement that just came about this year. So kids who want to work at voting booths and things like that. So yeah, we definitely address that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're gonna go to Member Villa.
Just quick kudos to the team. I know how hard you guys work, and the shirts alone, I mean, you guys have given me shirts as well, and I definitely wear them. But the way that the logo, it's now like a point. People recognize that. It's similar to our hiring SUSD, the bright green. People recognize you, people see it, and they know who to go to for these things. And I, too, am a parent that has received the letters, and I actually get excited when I get them in the mail. I'm like, it's working. Okay, folks are getting it. So I'm just saying continue doing the good work, because I know how hard you guys have worked in the last couple of years. And it seems like the team just keeps coming up with new and creative ways to do better for our students, for all of our students, and it's working. So I see the progression, and I'm very thankful for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Jean.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the shirt. I can't wait to wear it. And all of the info. The one comment I had is I was listening to all of this wonderful data, and I knew that what makes anything work is relationships. And I didn't hear a lot of that because we were so data focused. And so thank you for ending with this quote, because I know that the relationships you are building on school sites and in communities is what makes it so that parents feel and communities feel like we are approachable, that we do have these resources, that we are here to help, that it's not intended to be a guilt trip, right? It's intended to be we're a community that cares because we want your kid to succeed. And we know that if you're not in the room, it's really hard for us to help you succeed. So thank you for the work that you're doing and the relationships that you build.
Thank you, Member Jean. And we're going to go to Member Phillips.
Thank you. I just want to ask if there's any collaboration y'all might have with outside agencies like child welfare, because that's what I do for a living. And so there's a lot of tie-in with different reasons why children are not at school. So eyes on public.
Yes, I too worked for CPS for a number of years. Not only do we have collaboration within our SARB meetings, which is now a restorative SARB, so we come together and do everything we can to support the family in improving attendance. We work, 2 days ago, we have a staff member from your team who actually resides here with our Student Support and Health Services a couple days a week, and she sits on our SARB team, and we were collaborating on our first case. And we talked solely about supporting the family and ways to help them keep students in the home, get them to go to school, and just, we're all about help. And it is all about relationships, so yes.
Thank you, Member Phillips. And I'll end with this question for you. How can we help you be more successful? Nobody has an answer to that? Okay. No, nobody. Okay. Can you repeat the question? Okay. How can we help you be more successful with the work you do?
Good evening. How are you guys doing? I'm Lucy Lewis. Funds is a huge thing. I know Jennifer is coming up here, and so is O'Neill and Andre, and explaining a lot of things, and I could piggyback off of all you. When we deal with families, especially me, I've been with the school district since 2005, and I love helping families. I love helping families in need, families that are struggling, and those are a lot of things that I see when I go to sites. When we go to sites, it is more just about data, to go off of yours. When we're coming with our groups, we pull out groups of students that are in different tiers, trying to figure out what's going on, what their needs are. We call the parents. What is it that you guys are needing from us? A lot of them, there are homeless families that need certain things. They need clothes, they need diapers, they need shoes. I mean, those are things that we take for granted, but how do we expect our students to come and learn if they don't have somewhere to put their heads? How do we expect our students to come and learn when they don't know where they're gonna eat tomorrow? How do we expect our students to learn when they have abuse in their home? I just had an ESP meeting on yesterday at Sam Brannan. And we do have more resources because Jennifer has a gentleman from DHA, which I deal with so much. And it's amazing to be able to have DHA to come in and say, hey, this family is homeless, they don't have nothing to do. He tries to grab as much as possible, but we need these resources and the funds to be able to get our students here, because half of, or maybe a quarter of our students are homeless. You know, and yes, we don't have the transportation, we don't have certain things, but the more funds that we have, the more that we can be able to make sure that we're being able to bring to our families. And those are the big things that we're missing too, which is huge to me, and being able to have a spot on this team, which is amazing, because again, I love working with a lot of different students and a lot of different backgrounds, but it's funding. We need to figure out how to get here. It's not just about what they're learning, how they're learning. We have to be more involved in their home life, which a lot of us forget about. And if they don't have a good home life and we don't have the funds to help them with those certain things, how do we expect our children and our kindergarten and our first graders and our second graders to come and get a good education and to be awake and to be acknowledgeable, to be able to learn, if we don't have those things? So that's just my input.
Thank you, duly noted. I think that I totally agree with you. A modern school district, as we have changed the arc of how we see our investments, we have to be able to impact the outside indicators. to in-school day success. And we understand that very clearly, and we appreciate the work you're doing. And we'd love to continue to support. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you all.
Okay, going to item 9.3. We are still on time, guys, today. We are still on time. Just an FYI for you guys. If you don't jinx it. So this is 9.3, Board Policy 3100.
Thank you, President Rhodes. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and members of the public. Tonight, we're bringing back to you a review of Board Policy 3100, Business and Non-Instructional Operations, Reserves, and Use of One-Time Funds. This first slide is just a reminder of our core values and our guiding principle. And the acronym that I may be using this evening is just BP, which stands for Board Policy. And on our agenda, although our board policy does encompass both the reserves for economic uncertainty and use of one-time funds, we're going to be focusing mostly on the reserves this evening. So let me flip through that. And I'm not going to read all this for you. You've read it before, but this is basically our current board policy, which was revised. It was approved by the board back in March, at the March 4th, 2021 board meeting. And basically, just to summarize, what this revision did was it increased the district's reserve from the 2% required to 5%, so increased it by 3%. And there was plenty of discussion for that rationale, and I will share a few of those now. Some of the benefits of having a reserve that's pretty reasonable or a little, more than the minimum required, is to provide a district or an organization actually with a buffer against any future funding reduction or an unexpected expense that is significant, an increased liability that an organization was not planning for. And it also allows organizations time to adjust or make reasonable budget adjustments over time versus having to go into a slash and burn mode, which districts, several years ago and many organizations did have to experience during some other budget crises of 2007 and 2008, where we actually had negative COLAs imposed on school districts way back when. And since then, districts have started to be a little bit more conservative in increasing their reserves to protect certain programs and services for students. So just some rationale there. And some of the items that we were not very clear on as far as future fiscal uncertainties include a lower COLA. Right now, as we have shared with you at second interim, there is a projection that our COLA for the future years may be reduced. So that would result in lower funding for the district on an ongoing basis. Also, this idea about the recession, is it going to happen? How severe is it going to be? The impact of that would be, of course, on the state budget, and then the state budget, should it be impacted negatively, will result in funding reductions to not just education, but probably other programs as well. And of course, we know we have not yet settled our some of our salary agreements for our bargaining partners for the current year or out years, and that also needs to be considered as we consider, our reserve levels. And then our increasing pension costs, although the increases for the out years that have been projected not to be as high as we thought, nonetheless, they're not stable and they are still increasing. So we need to also factor that in. And of course, declining enrollment. We're still not out of the water in that respect. It's kind of calmed down, but we're still not back where we were prior to COVID. Prior to COVID, as I've shared with you, we were experiencing about a 0.5% decline, and we got up as high as close to 4% during our COVID years. Now we're starting to see that trickle down to about 2%. So still not quite where we were. That's still a risk for the district. And of course, our ADA rate. We've seen our actual ADA decline from 95% to about 89%, and that's actually what we're funded on. We are funded on students attending school, so that was a very timely presentation from our other team members here, that we really need to focus on that as well. And just a comparison of our unrestricted reserve balances, and we took this information from other school districts' second interim reports, so this information is available for the public on their websites, and compared it to ours. We just of our few neighboring districts. And what we did here was we provided not only their unrestricted reserve balances, but a percentage of that to their overall budgets, just so you had both pieces of information. And then we also looked at which of our neighboring districts have already settled for this year and the coming year. And so we think it's important for you to see that, because even though they've already had those settlements, their reserve balances are still pretty high, meaning that, they have deliberately decided to keep reserve balances above their minimum required reserves. So just some additional information to share with you. And just to put it in perspective as far as our budget is concerned, as of second interim, our 2%, which is required by the state, is about $15.5 million. When we add the other 3% to make it a 5%, we're looking at about $39 million, which is about 23 more. Our average monthly cash flow is about $56 million. Our payroll is about $42 million. And again, to put it into perspective, that 2%, $15.5 million, it's about 16% of our monthly payroll and operating costs. It takes about $3.2 million per day to pay our bills and to pay payroll. I'm just trying to kind of put those numbers in perspective here for you. So that $15.5 million, that 2%, it would cover roughly about 5 days of combined expenses on a monthly basis. And again, I'm looking at 30 days, very high level numbers here, just to kind of put some perspective on those numbers. So we were asked to bring this back for discussion before the board with some options. And of course, those are options for the board to consider and to recommend. So we just listed some here. You could, of course, eliminate the 5%. I mean, you can't eliminate completely. We are required to maintain the 2%. You could suspend it. You could certainly reduce it to an amount less than the 3%, but of course above the 2%, or you can make some other decisions. And so this is just a first reading. There's no decision point tonight. This is brought to you for discussion. And yeah, and that basically concludes that presentation.
Thank you very much. Yes, do we have any public comment on the topic?
We do not.
Okay, then I will give it to my colleagues. Jumping in the queue, Member Kayada.
So I've spoken extensively on this, and I'm not going to rehash what I've been through before, other than this very quick statement, which is that it is because I trust you that I don't think we need this. And the reasons that you mentioned about us planning for economic uncertainty and budgeting properly is why I don't want to tie our hands like this. So with that in mind, tonight, I guess my direction would be that in order to ensure the board has the ability to provide adequate services for students, I would like to restore Board Policy 3100 to its version that it was in effect prior to March 4th, 2021, when it was modified. I think that policy was fine, and that I think that when we talk about budget and then when we talk about negotiations, we can address this. And I would like to be able to act on that at our next meeting, because I'm very concerned that if we don't get this in effect soon, it will impact this year's budget. So I want to be able to have that in effect. That's it.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Hold on. Member Jean.
So we're saying this is a first reading, but I'm not seeing any specific language for us to look at.
That's correct. The language is up to you to decide how would you like me to revise this?
Okay. So I don't know what the previous policy looks like that Member Kayada mentioned, so I would love to see that. Yeah, so I'd love to see that policy, because I do know there was an addition about one-time funding that I do think we do need to consider. I am definitely, I guess I'll save that for the debate. So yeah, I would definitely like to see that. I would also like to direct that we do we were given the option, sorry, let me get back there, that we eliminate the 5% reserve and maintain the 2% required reserve. I do think that when we say that we're encumbering monies, it then looks like those monies don't exist, which leaves us less options for where those monies need to go. And I'm a big fan of this year's students generated the money we're getting right now. They deserve to have it spent on their education today. And the fact that we're encumbering an additional $23 million that is going out of their education really concerns me. So I would like to see that previous language, but ultimately just eliminate the 5% reserve. Thanks.
Yes, and if I may, in the executive summary, we did provide the actual board policy and highlighted where the other language was added, but I can certainly send that again to the board if it's easier. So you can see the additions italicized.
I did see that, sorry, I did see that, but it was confusing to me because all I saw was things crossed out, nothing added. And so I was kind of like, I don't know what I guess I'm very used to a first reading coming to me, having gone through like committee work and that I'm looking at what's been done. And this felt very like, okay, I'm not sure what we're first reading because all that we're doing here is crossing out, not the changes. And so I guess my question is, do we ask staff to do this, or since this is a board policy thing, do we need to have a committee that sits down and looks at this, or do we need to collaborate with staff? I mean, I did ask about process and policy, and we could do that here, but we don't need to take the time. This is something we could do and bring back. So I'm just curious what our actions forward would best be.
Can I ask Ms. Collins, just procedurally, your thoughts? Our initial thoughts, Member Jean, were to bring these three options and hear the board's deliberations on this. We heard Member Kayada, for example, and his proposal, and then take that back and come back with an action item, if you will.
Yeah, Superintendent, that's the process here because, Member Jean, the change to the actual language is just to that number, either striking it through and or changing it based on the options that Chief Ramos has presented this evening. Based on this discussion and direction, the next process would be to come back at the next meeting with a strike-through version of the policy for action.
Okay. I suppose part of what confused me is if you just strike through that number and change it to 2%, the rest of the language no longer makes sense because the state mandate is 2%. So why are we putting it in our board policy as if it's more? And so that's why I was confused because the strike through doesn't really indicate what other changes there would be. Again, thank you for the clarification and the plan of action.
And thank you, Member Jean. Member Kayada, are you back in the queue? Okay, I just want to make sure if that was a mistake or not. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to read the language that my proposal would have this policy be. It's not that long. Title is Budget. The governing board accepts responsibility for adopting a sound budget that is compatible with the district's vision and goals. The board shall establish and maintain a reserve that meets or exceeds the requirements of law. The board encourages public input in the budget development process and shall hold public hearings in accordance with the law. The superintendent or designee shall designate the manner in which the budget is developed and shall schedule the budget adoption process in accordance with the single budget adoption process. That's what it would be going back to.
Thank you. We have Member Pritchett.
Thank you. And thank you, Rose, for bringing this back once again. I gotta say that maybe from being on this board for 10 years, I've seen the ebb and flows of what happens in this district, and I'm not okay with just bringing us down to, the bones of all of it. It just kind of reminds me of families that are on public assistance, and the government's expecting them to live on just pennies. And that's kind of how I'm kind of feeling with this, of what if something happens? What if something happens? And maybe because I've seen what has happened in this district. I have lived what has happened in this district. And, I'm happy to entertain a conversation, but I think the conversation of bringing us down to 2% is just outrageous. But if, as the superintendent said, if we're planning on bringing back, three options that the board is going to discuss or debate, as member Jean had mentioned, then what I want to see is if we're going to bring it down to a lower amount, then I want to know what that money is going to be tied to. Because I have seen us close schools, I have seen us take programs away from kids, and guess what? That money's just put away and we don't know what happened. You know, it's like, oh, once again, we're talking about, like, oh, we're going to go back into negotiations, or we're going to take more programs away from kids. So I need to know. If we're going to bring it down, then what is this money going to be tied to? And I need the board to have that conversation. So I guess that's my 2 cents, and I'm feeling very uncomfortable with bringing it down as low as 2%.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Next in the queue, Member Singh.
Thank you, Rose. I actually think Taylor kind of captured at the forefront, probably hyping you up, but also reminding us that we do trust you. And the policy that Taylor just read off was in place since 1998. So for the majority of the time that you have served, that policy was there. One of the things that I want to mention, though, is if we are thinking about spending this money on students, then we would be bringing it down to 2% so we can actually free up that funding for our students. At the end of the day, if we ever hit a point where we only had X amount of money left, even the 5% doesn't cover a month's worth of payroll. I'm pretty sure we would know that we're heading in a really bad direction, and 5% wouldn't save us, 7% wouldn't save us, 2% definitely wouldn't save us. So I would like to see that money freed up. I would like to see that money spent on our students. Some of the issues that you're bringing up about children not having resources and other things, that's where I would expect this money to go. I would expect it to go to our classrooms. I would expect it to go to our students. I would expect it to go to the folks who are actually going to take care of our children, who are going to work with our children. We kind of need to break the shackles that are on our hands, which I think that this 5% really kind of ties us down to. So I'm in support of revising this, and I would like it to come down to 2%.
Thank you, Member Singh. We're going to go to Member Villa.
I have a few thoughts on this. First of all, and I say this often, but I am not staff. So I think it's incredibly disrespectful for me to be telling anybody in this room this is your job. I'm not telling Aaron in the back, Hanson, I'm not telling Ray how to do his job. So I'm not going to get into those weeds. I just think that's completely unacceptable. I work with boards and I work with staff, and that is not how it's done. My job is to not sit here and rewrite this. Second of all, this policy has been 2 years. Have we been shackled? Have we ruined anything? Have we actually made students' lives better? Have we created more programs? Have we added more services? Yes. So that's another conversation. Third, I just don't know what the dog in the fight on this is. Like, why are you just so stuck on this issue and bringing it back to having these conversations in our meetings when we could be talking about student services, but we're talking about a percentage change that's not going, again, like Christina said, so where's that money go? Great, so it's just out there and we don't have any accountability, so we can, hire and do more? We already have those services in place. This is not going to reinvent the wheel of our district. So again, sometimes change is not always necessary and change is not always good, but I mean, I'll continue speaking out against these type of things because I'm not going to sit here and tell our staff what to do and how to run this district. We are board members and we are here to be advised and to do what's right. And I will always lead with student services and supporting our staff and making sure that our school district flourishes. And I think things have been moving forward. It's been 2 years. No one's in shackles.
Thank you, Member Villa. We're going to go over to Member Singh.
So since we're going to have this conversation, the board, there are 3 new elected board members. So we obviously were headed in a different direction.
Your head.
I'm still talking. Yep. All right. So the 2%, when we're talking about shackling, I'm just saying we're trying to free up this money. I obviously understand what 5% does. I'm going to make that point again. 5% puts us at $39 million. It doesn't even cover 1 month of payroll. When we think about student services, we are trying to put our I thought we're all trying to agree that we want to put our kids first. We put our kids first, we can free up this money and actually spend it. That's what I want us to do. I want us to actually be able to free up this funding and spend it. And if we're looking at almost 12 years, or that policy was in place for, 12 years, we were doing fine. So my biggest issue with this is that when we talk about, I don't want to pit us against anybody. One of the things about what are we here to do? You just said, what are we here to do? Our job, we were just presented with 3 different options. Our job is to decide an option. Staff is telling us, here are 3 options, pick an option. We are a board. This is a board policy. So if we're a board, we have to select a policy. Staff is not going to tell us which policy to select because it's not a staff policy. So I just want to reiterate that I really believe that this would open up and allow us to spend some money on our children and free up some money for our children. I'm very happy to have a discussion, especially with folks who are concerned about how that money will be freed up and where it will go. We have to learn to trust one another, and if that money is available, how do we spend it to make sure it gets to our children? That is all of our goal as a board, is to make sure that we're doing everything we can for the kids who are here today. This is not a trust fund. This is not a savings account. This is a bucket of money that we need to open up for our kids today, because children who are 9th grade right now, who just spent 2 or 3 years in the pandemic, are trying to graduate. And we have dismal rates for our children when it comes to their ability to read, their ability to complete math. We have constant and really terrible information coming out around our students' attendance rates that was just presented to us. Maybe this money can go to fix things like that. I don't know, but we have to think bigger. We have to believe that we can actually come up with solutions. And we obviously want to work with staff. We want to make sure staff is empowered. We want to make sure staff has the ability to get things done. We just had folks up here and we just gave them high fives for saying that they need funding from the care team. Maybe the money can go to them. It's got to go somewhere. They just asked us. Shinwa said, what do you need the most? What will help you grow? And they said, funding. Maybe that's where this goes. I don't know. But when we say we don't have the funds, and then we do, that's a problem.
All right, so once again, everyone, information item. We're going to go ahead and go to, were you in the queue? Okay, Member Kayada. And then Member Phillips and Pritchett.
So a question was directed at me about what is my dog in this fight and why am I so obsessed with such a small policy? It is because I want to invest in our students. It's because of the things that we're hearing before us about how do we spend our money and how do we invest in our students today to grow our district. That is why I'm continuing to push on this. An extra 3% reserve is not going to make or break us if we're in a deficit position or if we're facing economic downwinds. It's not going to pay, like you said, Rose, more than 5 days of pay. That doesn't make a difference. But that extra money and the priority that we take as we head into budget discussions about spending our money and saving when appropriate, those are the conversations that we will have about how to help our kids, how to invest in our students. There was also some discussion about we've been living with this for 2 years, and so what's the problem? Well, if fellow board members would read the policy, they would see it says, beginning with the 2022-23 budget, that's when this will go into effect. So this is the year that we're dealing with it. That's why I want to make sure that we get this out of the way so that we can invest in our kids now in the way that has been done in the past. And finally, with respect to the statement that we should essentially just listen to staff, I'm curious as to why Member Villa ran for school board in the first place if she doesn't want to set any policy. This is the role of a school board, is to set policy. We hear staff recommendations and we make policy decisions. This is a policy decision.
Member Phillips.
Well, this is fun. I just want to point out that, yes, we are talking about funding. CARES has a very high attendance clerk turnover rate. That most likely is because they are 3.5-hour employees. They are the working poor, and we're having difficulty hiring social workers also to work with these things with regard to attendance. So I just talked to the group out there. It does make sense for us to really consider freeing up some money to assist with programs that really do need our help. So I'm sure there's 3 or 4 or 5 people on this board who really think that if we were to do this, we would be having very generous conversations about what we will be doing with this money. And I think that it's really important to recognize that if we can make an impact and bring children to school, again, it's not just about ADA, it's about making sure that there are eyes on our children so that we are taking care of them and offering them the resources that we can. And when there are dangers to their safety, that we are making sure that we are putting the full benefit of our services. So it comes down to, again, making sure that we are paying our employees what they are worth. So that might actually be a really good thing to free up money for bargaining. Thanks.
Thank you. And then lastly, we're going to go to Member Pritchett.
Thank you, and thank you to Member Phillips and Member Kayada. I agree, invest in our kids. And so I want to reiterate, when we come back, what I want to see is the guardrails. If we lower this, what is the money going to be put to? Is it going to be put towards our kids? So I just want to make sure that I reiterate that. And with all due respect to Member Singh, I've been on this board for 10 years, you're right. And I have been part of that policy. We haven't been okay if you look at our past. We have not been okay. We closed 7 schools. We were on the brink of bankruptcy and takeover. We had the auditors come and tell us those things. So those are the things that worry me about this district. I don't want to see us headed in that direction again.
Thank you. So no one other than Q. I have a quick question, Rose. With all of the dynamic conversations we're having today, I wanted to know, we have suspend and eliminate. So when we speak of suspending and eliminating, could you kind of go into a little bit more in depth of what is the difference of the two, the juxtaposition to one or the other?
Sure, it's similar. It's similar to the effective policy taking place 22-23, but the reverse, that you would suspend it, say, for 2 years, and I'm just making stuff up, just to give you an example, because you were applying for a grant, or you were expecting that enrollment would pick up, ADA would pick up, and so you'd suspend it so that you wouldn't have to reduce programs for, say, 2 or 3 years. You could protect existing services. But should things pick up, get better in, say, 26, 27, the policy would be in effect again. And eliminate, you would just, as our board members shared, we would just revise a policy completely. You take action to take out that additional 3% to just have it be the 2% required reserve.
And currently, us being in good financial position, and looking at any future possible downturns, that's what I think Member Pritchett was talking about. I would like to see, along with my other colleagues, what they're talking about, I would like to see what does it look like to have flexibility and be nimble with this policy. And we might get to the same place of eliminating it, but I do recognize currently that we are in good fiscal conditions. And I also understand the responsibility of a board around the fiscal responsibility we have to the city of Sacramento and our constituency and our community. So as we come back, and I know you guys all have written notes, but we're talking about plans of how those monies can be spent this year, if we do decide to move that way, what it looks like in reverse policy, guardrails, and then also what does it look like being flexible. And as this comes back to our next meeting, we'll have an action item on it, and we will vote. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the cordial way that you accepted input and feedback. And we will go into the next item. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let me figure out where we're at, guys. Okay, so we're going to be at item 10.0, board workshop, strategic plan, other initiatives. This next one is an action item, and we're going to be 10.1. And I would like to point out also, guys, we are still on time. Okay. Somebody's happy. Okay, so the floor is yours again.
Good evening again. My name is Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm here tonight to present the revision of Board Policy 6170, Transitional Kindergarten. And this is the third read on this policy. All of our actions are really grounded in our core values and guiding principles. And this particular program, the Transitional Kindergarten, really is about providing equitable opportunities for early education for our youngest students. So with the expansion of Transitional Kindergarten, we are providing opportunities for more students to have access to a 2-year program before they enter first grade. There is a list of acronyms that you can refer to. I'll try my best to explain all of them within the presentation. In presenting this policy, there are three major categories, and that's driving coherence, an overview of the board policy, the proposed policy changes, and next steps. Assembly Bill 130 is the bill that really drives governance around a transitional kindergarten. It requires that all local education agencies that operate a kindergarten to also provide transitional kindergarten program for all 4-year-olds. And as you know, that this is a progressive transition to offering universal a TK for all 4-year-olds by 25-26. It also establishes a requirement for full-day learning programs through partnerships with expanded learning offerings. And some of those offerings can be like ACES after-school program, through the California State Preschool, or through Head Start programs, and other community-based early learning programs. In the outline tonight, I will be talking about the eligibility, out-of-district transfers, waivers, curriculum and instruction, staffing, and continuance to kindergarten. And lastly, the program evaluation. So the first, the proposed policy revision, the overarching is that we are really changing the language from early kindergarten, EK, to transitional kindergarten. And as you know, Sac City Unified School District has had a long, really, history of providing early kindergarten services. Now we're calling it transitional kindergarten. Again, this will be a phase-in process in terms of offering transitional kindergarten to 4-year-olds. And for next school year, we're offering TK to 4-year-olds who turn 5 between September 2nd and April 2nd. And then it will progress to students who turn 5 by September and before June. And then lastly, by September 1st, all 4-year-olds will have the opportunity to attend transitional kindergarten. Another proposed policy revision is about out-of-district transfers. So we are writing in the policy that out-of-district TK students may be admitted to SCUSD to allow for continuity of services. This change addresses the waivers for the transitional kindergarten program. As you know, that it is really the eligibility is based on age, and that's turning for by a certain day, certain month. And so we want to address those students who are over the age for TK, who may be 5-year-olds who are eligible for kindergarten, but it's felt that they could use a two-year kindergarten program. We also want to address underage TK waivers for those students who just missed the cutoff, who then if they didn't go to transitional kindergarten, they wouldn't be entering school until their kindergarten year. And then lastly, to address a waiver that will allow children who are eligible for the underage waiver, but also may have an active IEP and siblings at another school, at the school. We have proposed changes related to curriculum and instruction. One of those changes is about the commingling of TK students with preschool students, and we call that a TK collaboration. These TK collaborations must meet the requirements of TK and the preschool program. Teachers must administer the desired results developmental profile, as well as the early childhood environment rating scale must be administered. And then there also is an adult ratio for TK and preschool that must be also continuation to kindergarten is required, which is a continuance form that parents of students who are underage are required to complete so that the student continues to kindergarten after the TK year, thus providing a 2-year kindergarten program for the student. Our next steps will be to revise the administrative regulation to reflect the details of how transitional kindergarten will be implemented.
Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment around this topic?
We do. We have one speaker, Kendra Nickel-New.
Hello, Kendra. Welcome back. Floor is yours.
Hello, board members. Thank you for hearing this issue, and I want to thank Ms. Wright and her staff for bringing this to the board. I've heard a lot today about attendance and getting kids in school, and I will tell you what, there is nobody excited to go to school like a 4-year-old. They are ready to be a big boy or a big girl and get in the door. My son is in a great Head Start preschool in the district right now, and I even thought about keeping him there. But he wants to be in TK. He is ready to be a big boy. And letting these kids in the door at that early learning moment is setting such a foundation for the rest of their progression all through their time at the school district. The programs are under-enrolled. We have the spaces. This is a problem not just in this school district, but all across California, these programs are under-enrolled, and several districts have already just opened it up. I think when they initiated this slow rollout, it was anticipating like a rush on this program that just hasn't happened a lot, probably in part due to the pandemic. But there's kids that want these seats. The seats are available. I think this is something that we can really all agree on is great for our students and our families. And I just really feel like we're on the precipice of TK greatness here, and I really hope that you vote yes on this and let kids get that really high-quality early childhood education that they all deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Do we have any other public comments? With that being said, do we have any board comments on this item? And also, this is an action item today. Okay, we have member Jean.
So I keep thinking about unintended consequences and how do we ensure that as we're creating waivers and we're filling space, in the way we have, that we're still able to provide for the students that do meet the requirements as they enter. Because if you make it where you fill everything up and then kids come in, you now don't have a space for them. So what are our plans of actions to ensure we don't end up in that situation?
Sure. We do have a process to enroll age-eligible students first, and there'll be a time that we wait until we have that enrollment process, and then we'll begin to enroll students who are not age-eligible to enroll into those places. And it is space is available for those students.
And then will we maintain some space for those who move in mid-year and are age eligible? Again, I'm thinking unintended consequences because I've been there before. It's really, really tough.
We're not fully enrolled. I mean, we're not fully impacted in terms of enrollment, but it is something to think about to ensure that there is space available for students as they enroll in the district. However, we will not ever deny admittance for any student who wants to enroll. Then we have to make adjustments in our program so that we do have enough space for all of our students.
Yes. Yeah, no, we would never deny. That's education. That's what we offer, right? I'm concerned on the other side of, like, are we creating an unintentional problem there? The second question I had, and I'm sorry I didn't ask this previously because I guess it wasn't as clear to me before, the commingling idea. TK and preschool are incredibly different programs. They have very different expectations. So what are the thoughts and plans on being able to commingle? Have we talked to the teachers in these situations to kind of figure out if this is feasible or not?
So when we talk about commingling TK and preschool, it's the same students. So these are students who are age eligible for TK, but also qualify for CSPP, that's California State Preschools, or for Head Start programs. So they're the same students. What it offers is it offers the opportunity to provide the full day in that one classroom.
Okay, so it's the idea of, instead of it being the shortened TK day, it's one space for them to come.
Exactly.
And all of it. Okay. Still sounds like you're going to have some planning and finagling to make that work, but I appreciate that approach because it keeps them with the same adults in the same space, convenience for everybody. That makes a lot of sense.
And part of that planning that you're talking about is about planning the curriculum instruction, ensuring that it's developmentally appropriate. And that's why the TK curriculum is based on the California Preschool Foundations, so that it's really directed to meet the needs of those students, those 4-year-old students at that developmental stage. So it's not the Common Core standards for kindergarten.
Right.
It is about the bridging to, we're using the California Foundations, Preschool Foundation.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're gonna go to Member Singh.
Hey, Yvonne. Thank you. Just a simple question. Were you able to dig into the parent participation thing at all and see if does that fall into the commingling space or?
So yes, I was, and after I started to take it apart to identify, it became very complex. When we talk about the parent participation preschool, it is a service that is provided for adults to be able to engage with their students. So it's so the parents are the students, and the students, by that nature, are able to get access to quality preschool. So so many of the components of parent participation preschool mirror preschool and TK. However, parent participation preschools are like fees. They pay fees to participate in that program, while our TK classes, students do not pay fees. So I do have a more thoughtful response to your question. I can get it to you as early as tomorrow. But in a sense, this program is intended for different outcomes. The outcomes that are intended for parent participation preschool is to really be engaged deeply in parent education and how they support their students in school. When I went to visit the parent participation preschool, you would see 28 kids in a classroom and 7 parents and the teacher. And the parents are really engaging in the instruction under the supervision of the teacher. There may be some impacts if we offer those 4-year-olds who are in parent participation preschool the opportunity to do a free TK based school, but it's really, we're meeting the needs of different wants from our community by providing a variety of preschool programs.
Okay. Seeing that we have no one else in the queue, we will take a vote around this action item. Superintendent, can you do a roll call vote? Student preferential first. Student preferential?
Has there been a motion?
Yes. I motion yes. Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry about that. That was my motion. I was like, let's do this. Sorry about that. Student preferential.
Aye.
Okay, superintendent.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with unanimously. Thank you, guys. All right. Yvonne, you're gonna stay with us, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we're doing revision to board policy 6158, independent study. This is conference then action. Okay, that's right.
Okay. Good evening again. Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer. And tonight, I will be presenting the revision of Board Policy 6158, independent study. This policy is intended to clearly define what is required for independent study. For many of our students, independent study is an educational option that enables them to fully realize their potential. It offers flexibility to meet the student's individual needs, interests, and styles of learning. There is a list of acronyms that you can refer to, but I'll do my best to really communicate so that you don't have to use that. Just as an overview, we'll be talking about driving governance, the proposed policy changes, next steps, and offer an opportunity for questions and answers. As you may recall, the requirement that school districts and county offices of education offer independent study was instituted in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and applied to the 2021-22 school year. That requirement expired on June 30th, 2022. Sac City Unified School District has had a longstanding independent study program and has chosen to continue to offer independent study programs. The drafted policy is designed to strengthen implementation of the program in alignment with legal authority, regulations, and audit requirements. Under the provisions of the Education Code, all students, including students with disability, are able to take and complete courses through independent study if their individualized education program specifically provides for that participation as decided by the IEP team. Again, I want to reiterate that there are no changes to independent study offerings in Sac City Unified School District. The new policy the policy revision that we are submitting is to remove that obsolete language that was related to the requirements for the 21-22 school year that is no longer applicable for this current policy. Also, additional language regarding emergency closures, and that is independent study will be offered to students within 10 days of a school closure. Additional language has been added in a new second paragraph to address minimum instructional minutes, and the minimum instructional minutes is the same that is required of the peers at the school receiving in-person instruction. Students are also required to have contact with teachers. It may be a combination of one-on-one, in class, in lab, or by mail. The frequency of student-teacher meetings may be increased as needed. Students eligible for an independent education program or an IEP may receive their instruction and special education supports and services in an independent study program if it is determined appropriate by the student's IEP team. Participation in independent study does not prevent a student from receiving the supports and related services that are provided in their IEP. The Assembly Bill 181 requires instruction and opportunities for students to have daily live interaction and synchronous instruction for purposes of maintaining social connectedness, assessing progress and wellness, as well as for the provision of supportive services and instruction. As you can see, there are different requirements by grade span. For TK through grade 3, students receive an opportunity for daily synchronous instruction with a credentialed teacher. In grades 4 through 8, students will interact daily with school staff or receive synchronous instruction from a credentialed teacher at least once per week. And in grade 9 through 12, students will receive synchronous instruction from a credentialed teacher at least weekly. There is also additional language about tiered re-engagement. The student participates when a student participates in independent study for fewer than 15 cumulative school days in a school year, then they do not have to, it doesn't trigger that re-engagement because it's less than 15 days. The student who is enrolled in comprehensive school for classroom-based instruction and under the care of licensed professional participating in independent study due to necessary medical treatments is also exempted from that tiered re-engagement procedure. There also is added language to modify thresholds that trigger when a student enrolled in traditional independent study is subject to tiered re-engagement strategies as well. And those are the students who have not generated attendance for 10% of the required minimum instructional time, or students who are found to be non-participatory pursuant to the law for more than 3 school days or 60% of the scheduled days. Some general requirements that we looked for revision is the requirement of notification to parents of the lack of participation within 1 school day. So we would notify parents of non-attendance. It also specifies when a transition plan is needed, and that's for students who are participating in independent study for 15 days or more. We developed a plan to transition those students whose families wish for them to return to in-person instruction. We did add language regarding students with an IEP, and that is a student with an active IEP will require the review and signature of a certificated or licensed member of their special education IEP team on their written agreement. Not only students with an IEP have an agreement, but all students have an agreement. But this is specifically stating that students who have an IEP, this is done within their IEP team meeting. There's additional revised language about student parent educator conferences. This revised language clarifies and emphasizes when parents and guardians conferencing occurs before an independent study assignment. So a parent can request, and before signing a written agreement, the district will engage or conduct a conference either by phone or video conference or in person. And at that time, the parent may advocate or ask questions about their educational options, including what curriculum or offerings that the student will be available to the student. There's a newly developed section on the need to retain physical or electronic copy of signed independent study learning agreements for at least 3 years. And so this allows us to keep adequate records of students who have been on independent study, but also ensure that we are implementing a process where students go through that process of planning and the written agreements. Oops, did I shut it off? Okay. Our next steps will be to update the administrative regulation for independent study. And this, the administrative regulation will be detailed directions to put the policy into place.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Is there any public comment on this?
We do have one speaker. David Fisher is signed up.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, you have 2 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, David Fisher, President SCTA. So you really can't talk about independent study without thinking about Cap City. And, it's a very unique program. I just think a little bit of a cautionary tale. Pre-pandemic, traditionally Cap City would be cut like to the bone by the district based on what they thought the staffing, the enrollment would be. Enrollment would always increase, and we'd always have to fight to get more staff there. That was traditional. And then, of course, we had the pandemic. It was tremendously understaffed. As you know, we had almost 600 students who never got even an instruction. But the district hired in 15 or 20 teachers near the end of the summer, evidently without verifying that these students that were in the waiting list were going to come in. And then very early in the year, 15 or 20 teachers were surplused out to other sites. And then mid-year, several were brought back. And matter of fact, simultaneously, there was teachers being surplused out and some being brought back. It was just super disruptive. And actually, there are some that are still, I think there's one teacher that's being surplus back that starts next week. And we just took a look at a list of teachers that are being, not by name, but numbers of FTE that are being surplused out. So this is this wild swing that causes this incredible disruption. And I think we just need to be cognizant that everywhere we have flexibility to the staff. There is no minimum class size. You have this huge reserve. You can be overstaffed on paper and not have to go back and forth, particularly with Cap City when their population fluctuates. And then last thing I want to say is, I hope now, that you're really reaching out to current and former students of who might come back, because I just don't want this to happen again. I don't think nobody does, to get surplused out and get brought back in. So thank you for letting me share that. I think it's really important that we kind of diminish the disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, David. If we have any board discussion, I know just for parliamentary effect, this is a conference in action. So after board discussion, then we move this into action by motion. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. Member McGurk.
So you may not be able to answer this, but I just want to throw it out there in case you can't. Do you know a way we can contact the principal, or I don't know, because independent learning, I do independent learning, and I have contacted them multiple times trying to change things because of my IEP. I can't do as much as other kids. And then it was also brought to my attention that other kids have been reaching out to these people, and no one has answered anyone. And these kids really need help. I need help with this. It's really difficult to have an attention span for online learning, but I have to do it to get my A through G. What was I gonna ask? Sorry. How is this policy gonna help us any? Is this how can we get help? How can we address them towards this issue? Is there a way you can answer me on that? If not, it's okay.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you are an independent study, and your question is that you have some challenges that you want support with, and you're trying to contact your principal or whoever.
Whoever runs independent study, because we are using it their program throughout. We're using their independent program to do whatever lectures we have left to do, and we've contacted them multiple times and nothing. and I've had counselors, I've had teachers, I had my caseworker emailed them. I have other people from the district try to email them. I've gotten nothing.
So I'd like to have an opportunity to speak with you, and so that we can get information about your school so that we can try to help you make some contacts so that we can get that taken care of for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Kayada.
So my comment kind of piggybacks on Member McGurk's comment, and this is something that I raised when we had our first reading at last meeting a month ago. And to belay any questions on my research, I did look into this extensively and reach out to staff for clarification. So this is not something I'm just saying from the dais. So what I raised last time was essentially a concern that students with disabilities, students with an IEP, would be chilled or prevented from entering into independent study if otherwise they would like to do that, because the IEP team does not agree that their FAPE can be provided in an independent study manner. So I guess the answer I got was essentially that it wouldn't be a problem, but I think what we just heard is it is a problem. This policy still does currently, and I believe as proposed, would have that problem. So this is what I would propose, is that we amend the master agreement section in paragraph 10 to essentially add 2 rights that will be held by the student, their parent, or guardian, depending on if the student's old enough to make their own IEP decisions. The first is essentially that, actually, I'm just going to read it to make sure this is clear. If the IEP team determines that a certain service that is a component of FAPE can only be offered in person or at a school site, the student, parent, or guardian, as appropriate, shall be able to accept that service in person while otherwise engaged in independent study. So that is essentially by right to allow the student to accept a hybrid, which was not being currently offered. It was not offered coming out of the pandemic. And the second right that I would propose would be that the student, parent, or guardian has the ability to universally amend and approve the IEP by striking any provision that is subject to a disagreement of the IEP team, if that disagreement is that the IEP team believes that a certain service cannot be provided through an independent study program, but could be if the student remained in the site-based program. So essentially, if the team is saying, the only way you can get this offer of FAPE is by being in school, any provision that is causing that to be the case, the student and their family can say, just strike that provision and we'll accept everything else. And the reason I think these 2 things are so important is because many families experience coming out of the pandemic and trying to maintain independent study was that you essentially have to go back to all in person, or we're not going to let you have your IEP anymore. There was no flexibility. And I think it's incumbent on us in this policy to give students and families the ability to maintain some semblance of an IEP, even if it's not perfect, and they get to make that choice. They can't be essentially shut down by the school site staff members of the IEP team, which is what the policy as it is written now in that paragraph 10 currently says. Essentially, it requires sign-off by the school staff. So bringing little rights back to the family.
Yeah, so what I hear you saying is that the policy is just like the requirements. It isn't about how it is implemented. So I think the AR would do that, would really be focused on how do we implement that, ensure that should be parent participation in the IEP and making decisions about the student's program and what supports and services they need. We can't deny independent study or services to the IEP just based on, it has to be a decision of that team to say that the student can benefit from that.
Right, and that's essentially what I'm trying to address is really that last clause, is that it's a decision of the team. And what's been occurring is that the team, includes the school site staff, right? It includes the teacher, the special administrator, and they're saying to some students, you can't have this IEP if you go to independent study. It's not possible to offer you what you need. And I think that parents and families and the students themselves should be able to say, you know what, that's good enough for me because there's so many benefits to independent study, and you can give me 90% of it, and if that one thing that's holding it up is a problem, then fine. And that was sort of my second option. And the first one is, which hasn't been offered to students because they say, hey, if you're going to go to Cap City, you can't keep having your speech teacher at your elementary school, right? Essentially saying, yes, you can. You can keep some services in person, and the rest of it can be independent study. And I think it does need to be a policy, not implementation, because I think we need to, it's essentially like a Bill of Rights for independent study IEP students.
Okay, so if I'm hearing, and Ms. Wright, I want to take in consideration what Member Kayada said, but then also take in consideration the work that staff would have to do to go back and actually have another full-out conversations to bring this back. And so it sounds like my recommendation, if going off of Member Kayada, is that we let staff come back and have time to look at this revision and present it to the board a little bit more in its totality with good conversation. So that would be my recommendation for this, so that staff can have a little bit of time to hear what you said, implement the things, and move forward. So I know this is the conference part of it, but that would be my recommendation to the staff before we move into conference. Do we have board members who are in agreement of that recommendation? Yes. Yes. By show of hands, who agrees with that recommendation so staff can come back? Okay, that is majority. Member Villip? Oh, yes. Okay, yes, so that's the majority, so that's the action that will be taken. Yvonne, please come back, give you a little bit of opportunity to look at that rewrite and give recommendations after you talk to appropriate staff how that could look for our team. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
And so, where are we at? Where's the thing at, man? Okay, now, we're looking at 10.3, and we're still on time. 10.3, and review and approve amendment to number 2 for legal services.
And I can keep this brief and then turn it over to Dr. McCarn for her presentation. We are just coming back to the board to ask for an increase of $600,000 because we need the increase in order to pay current bills and to support additional services needed through the end of the fiscal year. Yeah, and why don't I turn it over, and then I'll be available for questions.
President Rhodes, if I can just interject just to kind of summarize how we've structured this presentation. The board had asked for more information related to the details around billing cycles, areas of focus, descriptions about the areas in which we're receiving services through Lozano Smith. And we did communicate that information to the board. But in addition, the board had also tied some of those conversations from the last board meeting to the questions related to us pursuing the hiring of in-house legal counsel. And so we are going to be also presenting information to you about what Dr. McCarn and team have done to pursue those ideas that we have and treat this as an update to the board as well. And we will continue to provide updates to the board on that piece.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Rose. We wanted to provide a bit of information to share what the Human Resources team, recruitment team, and department has been doing. Clearly, we have not been successful because we don't have an individual in this position, but we do have some recommendations after some research and some comparing with what others are doing and look like that we wanted to share with you. And you have PowerPoints in front of you, even though it's not up, and there are PowerPoint copies in the back of the room as well. We start with an overview of just the district org chart, what it looks like right now. And as you can see, the The Legal Services Department reports to our Deputy Superintendent, and you can see that it says vacant, vacant, vacant. The in-house counsel position has been vacant as of January of last year, 2022. The assistant in-house counsel has been vacant as of September 2022. And the employee relations director vacant as September also of 2022. Of course, those positions were all immediately focused. Right now, we're focusing on the in-house legal counsel position. But those positions were at first admittedly posted the places that we normally post, right? EdJoin, AXA, like some of the basic ones, did not yield candidates. As a matter of fact, the first couple of rounds yielded, I think, one candidate. Clearly, it was time to try to expand the postings, and even as we did so, to date, we have had 3 applicants. We have had, I would say, probably a half dozen conversations with people potentially interested, people, related to education, wanting to help, but ultimately not playing for the position because different reasons, but salary certainly included in there, but different reasons. I'm on page 4, which lists, I can stop pushing the button, I guess. Force a habit. Which lists some places that we have been posting in this year, as well as some new ones that we've started trying to focus more specifically in places where people with law degrees and who have passed the bar would maybe look. But again, we're still not very appealing given our overall. So we come to you with, so page 5, includes some specific examples of conversations that we have had with individuals at community events, at job fairs, at an Indeed event that we had recently, which is leading us to develop partnerships with UC Davis Law, as well as McGeorge School of Law. Those conversations have started, we're gaining some traction, but again, ultimately, when somebody is considering leaving their practice, wherever they are, it has to be the whole picture that fits. I'm on page 6. So we looked at districts similar to us, and what you see on page 6 is an example of a sample district. In this district, they have those positions that you see listed on here. So those 6 positions that comprise their legal department team with those salary ranges, as you can see, ranging, big ranges as you see there, along with our current salary range. So their ranges of a law clerk from about just over $85,000 up to the chief governance officer with the top out range of almost $227,000. Our salary range of just almost $116,000 to almost $145,000. But we also know we have things more than salary, right? We have wonderful things to contribute, but in the end, obviously potential employees and candidates look at a whole package to see if it's going to work for them. With all of that, we would have these recommendations on page 7. Adjusting the reporting structure so that this position reports directly to the superintendent, adding the position to the superintendent's to the superintendent's cabinet as a cabinet level position, and adjusting the job description to not only include that chief designation, but to have oversight in areas, as you see related to here, that really speaks to all the different parts that we currently obviously have some external help with, but could do internal and really meet the needs of the district in a fuller way than we have with our current structure, even though we're not able to fill. And then lastly, increasing the salary and further assessing the pension and retiree options. In the past, this position was filled with somebody who was a STIRS contributor or somebody that came from the classroom. We have STIRS, PERS, but maybe with a position like this, we explore other options. But anyways, a number of changes that could make this more appealing and hopefully get some of what's needed. But as you can see, obviously with the department with 3 vacancies, That's why we have had a need for outside counsel. But we think that it's probably an approach that is multi-pronged to get us something that we need internal, which is the goal, I think.
I literally was just waiting for the slide that said questions and answers. Anyway.
Questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So every time I look at the slide, I'm like, and it's my turn. Do we have any public comment on the topic?
We do not.
Do we have any board comment on the topic? And we do. Member Singh.
So thank you for presenting this. This is exactly what I was asking for. And I want to first start by saying that filling this position is obviously not easy because this person would need to come with a bit of experience, and I understand that. I also want to offer the fact that having relationships in the legal field, I'm happy to be a resource, right? In terms of getting this posted or building those relationships with our local law schools, right? Whether it's Davis or UOP, but also knowing that we have literally like 15 law schools in California that are ABA accredited, and we have many more that are just California accredited, that we're going to have to look a little further to find someone to fill this position. And we're not necessarily going to get someone with every little thing that we're looking for, but I do think salary range is a huge piece. And I'm excited about the idea that we can increase that. I do appreciate you all bringing this to us. And then I really just want to know, you said 3 people have applied is it 3 people have applied in 2.5 years, or no, a year and a half, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, more interested, only 3 have applied, and the 3 that have applied didn't meet certain qualifications on the job description, like being, having passed the bar, being an active member, as well as the education experience that's noted in the job description.
Okay. Well, if they haven't passed the bar, then then we have 0 applicants, if that's what we're running into, because they wouldn't be eligible. I guess I'm just wondering if, when we look at these postings and things, I know that we, as a district, have gone on, I guess, job expeditions of finding folks. Have you all thought about looking further beyond the state, looking into some of the other law schools around the region? We have HBCUs, obviously, that have strong law school programs. We have law schools across the country, some of them that have education specificities around what they're trying to teach. And I'm sure Taylor can jump into, and anybody else can. But I just say that with the fact that it's going to require us to look further. And obviously there are folks who live outside of California who can possess a California state bar, license, and then we can recruit in that area too. But I really, really, really want to emphasize that there is a bigger reason that we need to fill this position, right? And I'm happy to get into that, but I'll wait until everybody else has comments around the job description piece. But this position is so important. It's so important to have a position like this that provides our district with like an independent thought process, gives someone for us to turn to, and also gives the district someone who has some oversight opportunity to kind of lead us in a good direction. So I'm really happy with the idea of this person getting a senior title, being a part of the cabinet. Those are really good additions. So like I said, any way it can be helpful, just let me know. But I'm glad this presentation was provided.
We'll be reaching out specifically with that invitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we have Member Kayada.
So in terms of salary, when I was envisioning this, especially where we are, I was thinking we're essentially competing for public attorneys who work for the state or other local government entities. The pay range at the state for a chief counsel is $172 to $211. I think we should pay at least that much, given that we are probably larger than some of the state agencies with their chief counsels, and possibly more complex. I would say almost certainly more complex in most cases. I also would be interested in us trying to find out if there's any sort of trade associations. I believe CSBA has a education attorney section. I'm sure the private attorneys of these, there's a number of private, firms that represent school boards. I'm sure they have some sort of people we could connect with also and say, hey, anyone looking to get, a public job, get some better hours probably, maybe worse pay, but other things that are good. And I didn't hear whatever that was.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
You have more?
I have more.
You paused, and so I was like, "Well,
I never get thrown by something.
Okay, go
in
ahead.
The audience. I just was curious.
Go ahead, Dean Mercado. Floor is still yours.
So I do have some specific questions about the Lozano Smith contract. So this is not, and maybe this is Rose and the superintendent. The current contract, the one we're being asked to approve an amendment to, says that the chief counsel of our district will, approve the work done and the invoices. So who's doing that right now, since we don't have a chief counsel?
That's a good question, Member Kayada. That generally is me, working very closely with members of the Lozano Smith team, depending on the areas that we identified in our communication to the board. So it also has required that level of involvement from me directly.
And what is our process for approving invoices? So private entities that contract with legal counsel quite often will get a bill and say, oh, hell no, I'm not paying that, I'm not paying that, I'm not paying that. And then there's a negotiation. Do we ever do that? Do we ever question any charges or ask whether certain things are becoming too expensive and should be toned down moving forward?
Chief Ramos, if you can just describe generally how the process of contracts and invoicing flows, from departments to your division, and then I'll add, sort of my review as well.
Sure, I can. The way it works is obviously contracts are initiated by a department or a school site for a service for that to be performed. And so the invoice, when it comes in from this vendor, is reviewed by that department or that school site to confirm that, in fact, those services did get performed per that invoice, whether it was hours or a project completed. And so they sign off on that. And then that gets submitted to our office, the business office, for payment. If we don't see that, then of course we don't pay. Sometimes vendors get confused and they'll send things directly to our department for payment, but we don't pay that unless we have authorization from whoever it is that initiated the contract. So in this case, it'd be the superintendent's office that would oversee those invoices and sign off.
So, and this is kind of two reasons I'm asking this. One is it speaks to what I said last time, which is that would be the appropriate role of a chief counsel to look at this, because your team, superintendent's team, are not necessarily, they don't maybe have an insight into, is this something that's a good use of our money for legal services? It's more like, well, as long as it did the job, we'll approve it. So that's a little bit about why we need a chief counsel, but also about me asking, how do we get to the point where every year we're paying so much money for this? I guess I'll just leave that there as a statement. When is this current contract, if we approve it, intended to go through? The end of the fiscal year, or does it go further?
It's the end of the fiscal year.
And then, given that legal services continue over the summer, are we expected to approve a new contract for next year? When is that coming?
Yes, that should be coming, I believe, it should be coming before the year ends in June. I don't oversee this contract directly, but let me just take a look at the original. Should have a date in here. July 1, 2022 was last year when this one was approved, or it's dated then, so that means it must have come to the board in June or May, but I can get an exact date for you. So it came to the board prior to the fiscal year ending last year, or this year.
All right, okay.
So.
And I have looked at this. I just feel like it's important that I clarify these things so I don't just go on my understanding. I guess really I will just speak to some concerns I have here. I've been here 5 months talking about the importance of changing the culture of our district away from one that contracts for almost everything that is hard to fill. Or maybe we have some other reason that we want a contractor. And I'm not really sure if that message is coming through. It doesn't really feel like action is following the words of support that I'm hearing, based on the understanding that it appears a majority of the board up here now do feel like we need to have a real change in how we operate. So the concern I have is if I just continue to approve these things, because I know we need it, right? Like we have so many active pieces of litigation, negotiations, we need attorneys to do that. But at what point do you have to draw the line and say, we need real change? And that was, why I supported having this come back repeatedly through the end of the year, rather than just saying, okay, let's do it and fix it next year. So I'm on the fence, and I would like to hear from my colleagues on that. I would say at the very least for next year, I would like us to have an RFP and look at multiple firms, and have the board have some insight into that so that we would be able to understand if we're contracting for legal services, what's the scope of that and who are we going to contract with? So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Member Singh.
So if we go to the board packet and we look at the final page of this piece around the Lozano-Smith contract piece, you'll see the addendum to Lozano-Smith Services Agreement. So this addendum, most importantly, talks about the district's in-house counsel shall monitor periodically, at least quarterly, in addition to reviewing the monthly invoices of Lozano-Smith, the matters assigned to Lozano-Smith, in-house counsel shall report to the superintendent based upon those services provided. If I'm looking at the structure we have already, this wouldn't exist because our in-house counsel doesn't report to the superintendent. So we're already off with this addendum, right? This addendum already doesn't make sense because our in-house counsel, according to the structure you provided, reports to our deputy superintendent. The other piece is just good governance. If we don't have an attorney monitoring periodically and reviewing our monthly invoices that's being sent to another legal organization for the matters that they've been assigned to, we don't really have anyone looking over all the amount of money that's going out. And I'm not taking away from folks who are doing the work and trying to step in to this space, but at the end of the day, this addendum is requiring us to have an in-house counsel, or hoping that we have an in-house counsel, and we do not. And staff stepping in is not going to make up for a credentialed attorney to be in that space. So this kind of sets a concern around the contract piece, right? We are at $2 million. We've approved $200,000, and now we're asking for an additional $600K. But I'm not gonna, it's not my job, right, to review, right? I'm not going to put my legal hat on and be like, let me sit here and monitor or do any of that. That is staff. That is where I turn to, well, what is staff gonna do? If we don't have in-house counsel, we can't have the same organization that we're going to bill have their own folks possibly reviewing their own bills. It just doesn't make sense, right? So I agree with what Member Kayat is saying, is that we do need to call for a request for proposals. And if this contract is expiring by June 30th, then we need to have that request for proposal very, very soon. Considering that we are probably going to go on a recess at some point, or we kind of don't meet after like the last meeting in June, where we're kind of gone for a while. So, and that doesn't mean we don't have Lozano-Smith in the mix. We need everybody to kind of put their best effort forward and give us a proposal, including the folks that we're currently working with and seeing if there's anybody else. As Member Kaida mentioned, we have the California School Board Association. I know that they have a list. When we went to that meeting in San Diego, there was a ton of attorneys and law firms in there that I'm sure would be thrilled to try to get a contract. And that puts us in the driver's seat. That puts you all as staff in the driver's seat to kind of vet folks and find folks that might be the best for our district. And maybe through that, we can even find in-house counsel. But the whole point is, when we look at this addendum that's been sitting here, we've had 2 years of no oversight, technically, according to what the legal requirement was on this document. That's really concerning. And when I look at what's been presented, I still don't feel comfortable approving $600,000. because we don't actually owe $600,000 as of today. Unless we do. And if we do, then that means we're going to say yes, and then in a couple of weeks, we're going to ask for more money. We're at $2 million. So I'm just trying to figure out where we're at with that.
I can tell you, as of now, we just learned I think just earlier today that we do have outstanding invoices for about $300,000. And this would represent invoices for the month of March. We didn't have those before when we came because, of course, the month wasn't quite complete. So we do need those funds in order to pay that invoice. And then we still have April left and May and June.
So then you can see my concern that if we approve $600,000, we're looking to probably approve more before this contract ends, if we're going to go off that math. And again, the concern comes down to where's the true oversight? Where's the oversight according to the legal contract that we've signed? We're not actually conducting that oversight. And I'm concerned that we're paying things without actually having proper legal oversight. And that's super concerning because we're going to sign off on this.
Tara Jean? Member Jean, your floor is yours.
All right. I've just been doing a lot of thinking about all of this because legal is definitely not my area of expertise. And I'm a big fan of coming in and building relationships and getting to know people and figuring out why things work the way they do before you make big changes. I also, though, do echo the concerns I'm hearing. To go from a 2 million plan and then ask for a 40% increase, it felt like jarring. And then I started thinking through, what are the parts of legal that we really do have no control over because that's the world we live in? And what are the parts of legal where we can be better and do better, both by having an in-house counsel and by avoiding some of the things that we're finding ourselves in legal situations. And I know that special education has worked really hard, and I really appreciated their presentations about what they've done about that. And I think about our labor relations and how much legal work is happening there that feels, I don't even know what the words are. I'll just leave it there, right? I want to see us improving. I want to see that the legal actions we're taking are getting us to a place where we don't need to take as many legal actions because we're getting better at the work that we do. I'm almost wondering if there are 3 or 5 year trends of the legal work that we've done and where it's gone and what I almost feel like I need an analysis of all of that to truly understand why we are here and why we're being asked to increase so much. And then I do have the concerns about the oversight and the approval, and it feels really squishy, and that makes me very uneasy. So that being said, I'm not necessarily willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that we have to make that change right now without a plan of what we're going to do the changes. But I definitely want a plan to do the changes because I'm not okay spending $3 million on outside counsel on a regular basis. This isn't good practice in my mind, unless you can prove to me I'm uninformed and I need to know why that's where we're investing these dollars. I'd rather see that $3 million on our students, right?
Thank you, Regine. And we're going to go to Member Kayada.
So I have 2 questions. Maybe these are for Kansi. How much time will it take us to put together an RFP and go through that process? Oh, sorry. The second question is for you.
Okay. And just to clarify, it would be an RFQ in this case. So just so we get our terminology. I'd have to check with staff to see how many they have in the queue, because as you know, we are also gearing up for construction projects. And so, but typically it would take us a few weeks depending on the availability. School districts borrow from each other all the time. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And auditing and I would say legal services are 2 of the typical RFQs that we do see out there. So, but let me not commit to a time frame. Let me just do a check-in with staff and we can get back to you.
Okay. And part of the reason I'm asking that particular question is because assuming we have these services going through the end of this fiscal year, when the new contract, if we need to, engage services for next year, I'm wondering, should we be extending this month to month? Or should we be doing a new contract? And that's why I'm bringing that up.
Got it.
Because I want to get the RFQ in motion, tomorrow. The second question is, I hope I am correct this time, how much time would it take for us to put through a salary change if we're just talking salary and not benefits?
It wouldn't take much time at all. It's a non-represented position, and so it's really just us deciding what to go with and moving forward with that based on approval.
And Dr. McCarn, if I can just clarify or ask you to clarify in terms of just procedurally the role of the board in adopting a salary schedule as well.
Yeah, if it is something outside of our current range, so we have a superintendent's cabinet salary schedule right now that has 3 ranges on it in terms of salary. The last time we made a change, we did bring it to the board, the superintendent's cabinet salary schedule, to have additional modifications on that salary schedule. The board adopted it, and then it was effective immediately.
And what is the highest range in that current schedule? Like, I'm just trying to game out the timing here if we need to reconsider.
I don't remember what it is. Member Dr. McCarn can give that to you, perhaps as early as this evening or tomorrow, Member Collero. But the reason why I do ask this question is because certainly I would want to make sure that there is, in the spirit of transparency, is the reason why we brought the last time for approval to the board changes to those salary schedules. That I want to make sure that we are given the flexibility to do as much recruitment as possible. If you see the note in one of the slides from Dr. McCarn, and I think I've mentioned it, is this may require us to also assess whether we need to look outside of the current way in which we offer pension, if you will, stuff like that. I wouldn't want to limit our recruitment because somebody isn't interested in, say, CalPERS or something. So I would want to make sure that we move very quickly, but also are transparent about giving us the ability to hire aggressively. And I don't think the current salary schedule would give us that level of flexibility.
Right, and Superintendent, we have spoken about this privately. I do support looking into that, but I'm also balancing that with how much time it'll take us to do this. And I guess where I'm coming down is, I see other people are in the queue because I'm going to make a motion at some point, but I think if the high end of this range does not have a 2 in front of it, we're not going to get a qualified candidate. So, that's my
I
thought.
can hop online and look to see, and let you know what the high range of our current salary schedule is.
Okay, and if we can, maybe before the next board meeting in the next 2 weeks, if we can get a salary change and start putting that out in the community and seeing if we get some nibbles. If people see that it's paying higher, maybe we don't need to have the conversation about the other benefits packages, which maybe we want to do in the future. If we can get someone, I think it's important so that we're prepared next year when we're doing our next contract for labor that we need a chief counsel. Well, I'm not going to make my motion because I want to respect everyone else to speak.
Okay. We're going to go Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I appreciate that we're looking to rebuild our in-house council again. I guess I'm a little bit concerned because I can appreciate that we want to do an RFQ, but I don't feel like we should rush through this. We need to make sure we do it right. So I'm a little bit just concerned in terms of that, and I'm also concerned that having a new legal counsel doesn't mean the work changes. We still have the same amount of work, the same legal issues that we need a counsel for. So, and maybe, during the RFQ, maybe it is that Lozano Smith decides that they don't want to bid for us. As you guys know, the attorneys on our board, attorneys get to choose who they work for as well. So anyway, I just want to make sure that we're not rushing through this process. And so my recommendation would be that we approve this, we get through the end of the year, we put out that RFQ and we start going through that process. And then we're not rushing through it.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Singh.
So I think I mentioned it earlier. I think it's good governance for us to, we have an addendum that I have referred to now. We have not been following this agreement, and I'm not putting the onus on Lozano Smith. Lozano Smith is welcome and should include itself in the RFQ. But this is, we have to bring this up. If we don't, we're looking at approving almost, I'm already concerned that we're going to end up approving more than $2.8 million at the end of the day. That is my outright concern, that we're going to be closer to $3 million at the end of all this. We don't have someone doing the oversight. We need to get in-house counsel, and I don't think that getting any new firm is necessarily going to change things, but we do need to see what's out there. We do need to see if there's different services that organizations provide. We need to see some firms specialize in one thing, some firms do something else, some firms have different rates. So that's just good governance. And at the end of the day, we need to just look at, I agree with Taylor, we need to just look at the salary real quick. We need to see how quickly we can move that, because it should be our biggest goal to try to get in-house counsel. If we get in-house counsel, we will be able to lower some of these costs that we're paying out to a outside law firm. And I agree that if we lower it or we raise the salary now, we can figure out the benefits and other things later. But I don't think any of this stuff should wait. I really believe, and my recommendation is for us to get that process moving for the RFQ so that we can have, I'm sure Lozano Smith will be ready to present something before the end of the year, since their contract is coming up anyways at the end, and June 30th, 2023. I'm sure we can find 2 or 3 other folks to submit something. If that doesn't happen, let us know. If folks aren't applying, just let us know that, hey, you know what, we put out the thing for an RFQ and we're not getting any hits, then that's a different story. But we haven't even tried that. That wasn't even on our radar unless we bring this up today, right? So I really want to emphasize the importance of moving quickly in a way that gets us some possible hits on this contract for an in-house counsel, but also moving quickly with the RFQ process. It's not like it's not going to be a rushed thing if we just get folks to start entering that little queue, right? And from there, we'll turn back to you and be like, hey, what do you think about the folks who have applied? So that's where I'm sitting with all this. And then with the amount that's owed, if we owe $300,000, I mean, my hands are tied to provide at least $300,000, right? I'm not going to sit up here and say we're not going to do that, but we are billing and we don't have the funds, so we're coming at the last minute to say this is what we need now, this is what we need now. I still don't feel comfortable providing $600,000, and if anyone else wants to talk about that, I'm happy to have a conversation, but I would still rather take this board meeting by board meeting until we have actual solutions that are coming to us. So if it's $300,000, then $300,000 it is.
Okay, and Member Kayada.
So to quickly respond to Member Pritchett, I agree 100%. I'm not talking about rushing anything or taking shortcuts. If we can do it in a way, as I described, great, but don't take any shortcuts. And to Member Singh's point, I will just state for the record that I am not going to approve any more money on this contract this year. So if it comes out that we go over 2.8, sorry. So I'm just going to put that out there. And with that said, I will make a motion now to approve the proposed action of increasing the contract by $600,000 with the caveat that an RFQ and salary change will be initiated in the next 2 weeks.
Quickly, is 2 weeks actually feasible? I'm just wondering that before we get seconds, does 2 weeks actually sound feasible to that work?
Yeah, I really would need to check with staff just to make sure that they do have, a document, an RFQ that they can put out in 2 weeks. And I want to clarify, that's to post something in 2 weeks, or?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to offer flexibility because this has bit me in the butt behind on this dais. But I will say what I said, which is initiate the process. I would hope, based on what you've said tonight, that at least for the salary change, that probably could be in effect. For the RFQ, maybe it's not actually out the door, but significant progress has been made. So I am being flexible against my better thoughts.
President Rhodes, I appreciate your question because much of the deliberation that I'm hearing, of course, is among board members, and there are questions that should be asked to staff. That is a very appropriate question. And I appreciate Member Kayada just sharing more specifics. I think that by the next board meeting, I should have an answer about whether we need to come and approve a different salary schedule or if it's going to be part of the current salary schedule. In terms of the RFQ, can you just repeat, Member Kayada, what you just mentioned? I think you mentioned that it's a little bit more done than not. I just want to be really clear so that we feel more comfortable about what the motion is and what you're interpreting as the motion.
The motion is that significant effort has gone in to preparing the RFQ with the expectation that it will be out the door within or very close to 2 weeks. And if I'm offering timelines that need more time, then I am prepared to offer an alternative motion, which would be to approve $100,000 to get us for 2 weeks, and we'll have this conversation again after staff has had time to research this. So I guess I'll ask staff, which of my motions do you prefer?
Go ahead.
President Rhodes, I'll defer to you. I don't think that we're going to put ourselves in a position to negotiate, if you will, on these kinds of things from the dais. I think what I've offered is what we can commit to, which is allowing our staff to check in with their team, share that information with the board, rather than put ourselves in a position where what you're asking is not realistic. I think I'm looking at our team right now in real time. The question about salary schedule and whether you need to approve a new one or use the existing one, I think is something that Dr. McConker probably do by this evening. But on the question of the RFQ viability within 2 weeks, those kinds of things, I'd rather have you clarify the motion, take the vote, and then we'll kind of manage it from there. But it makes it very difficult for us to have to choose among those kinds of options.
I hear, and I'll say, I hear the, Taylor, I hear the intent of what your motion is with the 600,000 and then the RFQ, I apologize, it's Q. I hear the intent of your motion, and what you originally stated earlier, if I was right, you were saying it did have the flexibility for the staff to come back with the expectation that they do that expeditiously, and then it changed slightly through conversation that superintendent was having. But what the intent of your motion is to have this come back expeditiously and soon as possible, and that it's not dragged out into months of board meetings. I think that's what your intent is because of what you've experienced previously. Is that what I'm hearing, Member Kayada?
Yeah, I do trust staff, and I do trust when you're telling me something's going to happen, it will happen. But I think when you get back to your office and there's a million things in your inbox, I need this to be a priority. So,
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, once again, I think that your original motion is good with the flexibility of staff members being able to go do their due diligence with the expectation of coming back soon. And I think that we have some more conversations between us outside of the staff here at the dais, or the negotiation of what would you like to do. But I would say, Member Kayada, that I think it is right of the approving the money, but then also having staff come back with the RFQ in a expeditious and timely manner, and that we get updates on where they're at, so that we can actually have that work done.
So I think this might work. The new motion would be approve the 600,000 recommendation by staff. Staff will prioritize working on the RFQ and the salary change. And in 2 weeks, staff will report back on progress.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, second, can we take a roll call, Superintendent, very quickly on that? With student preferential?
Yes.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Phillips? Member Pritchett? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
No.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with 1 no for Member Singh. All right, and going to the next, we're going to go to communications. Are we? Man, we're doing such good on time, guys. Such good. It's my fault, right? So what we'll do is we'll extend the meeting by 20 minutes, and then I think we can get through this. So all in favor of extending the meeting by 20 minutes? We're at the communications part, so it's the end. Please, show of hands. Please raise aye if you're willing to extend the music by 20 minutes. Aye. No by Member Phillips and aye. Okay. Motion passes. 20 minutes on the clock. Please don't go, guys. Please stay with us. Superintendent's report. Superintendent, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Rhodes. I'll just be as brief as I can. Board members, of course, you will recall that at our last meeting, you passed the resolution in support of Trans Awareness Week of Visibility. That resolution spelled out a number of action steps for us to take as a district to ensure that we're providing a safe climate for our LGBTQ+ students and staff. Last week, you received a board communication from Victoria Flores, our Executive Director of Student Support and Health Services, that outlined more of what we are doing as a staff. And as a reminder, many of the policies and practices in the resolution were already in place in our district. But I did want to just mention that on the campus level, our school site administrators have been informed now of the resolution through a principal's bulletin, and we're all encouraged to observe and celebrate International Transgender Day of Visibility. Today and tomorrow, schools will be receiving a poster created by our staff with QR codes that link to the full resolution language with translation services as well. Our site administrators were instructed on the importance of selecting a prominent location for those posters, which will feature the name of the school's LGBTQ liaison and list of rights for all students and staff. A school's liaison serves as a trusted person on campus to connect students and staff to district support. Typically, this is a member of our student support and health services team already, and I see Ms. Flores still with us here. At the district level, central office staff are making sure all current service providers, vendors, contractors are aware of our resolution and abide by all the anti-discrimination provisions within it. In addition, they're making sure this language is incorporated into all contracts moving forward. That will be a centralized effort rather than a school-by-school effort. At the board's direction, draft letters of support for pending legislation related to LGBTQ rights have been written, and those will be shared with our board through a board communication. On another note, yesterday, I just want to say thank you to Member Villa, President Rhodes. We had the honor of welcoming Congresswoman Doris Matsui to Floyd Farms next to Leotata Floyd Elementary. Congresswoman Matsui was there to present a $1 million grant to our partner and farm operator, Food Literacy Center. The grant will expand opportunities for our students to learn and grow through nutritional programming, such as cooking classes and field trips, over the next 3 years, actually, along with further enhancements to the student farm. Back in November of 2021, some of you were there, we completed construction of Floyd Farms and presented the keys to the Food Literacy Center. And upon my return yesterday, it looks like it's a much more complete facility as well, and had the really honor of following some students that had just walked from Leah Tata Floyd into the Food Literacy Center. And as I said in my comments, it certainly felt like home to them. They just knew where to go and they walked right in there and were doing their activities. Of course, I'm inspired by the impact the Food Literacy Center has made for our students here in our district as well as outside districts in such a short amount of time. Kudos to Ms. Amber Stott and her entire team who have fulfilled the vision and hope we had for this project, and the grant award from Congresswoman Matsui, of course, is one that further recognizes such incredible work. Also related to nutrition, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Diana Flores and the nutrition services team at the Central Kitchen for running another successful holiday food distribution effort. They handed out free boxes of shelf-stable groceries and fresh local produce at 6 of our school sites during spring break. Thank you, of course, to our partners at Sacramento Food Bank and No Kid Hungry who help us make these opportunities possible. Our community will once again have the opportunity to taste the food from Central Kitchen and our food truck from 12 to 4 p.m. on Saturday at our next Sac City Community Fair event at Abraham Lincoln Elementary in Member Pritchett's area. Member Pritchett, I'm sorry that I won't be able to join you at that one due to another commitment that I have. But I do, and I'm sure you're going to do the same during your report, I want to invite our community to come out for the day of art and witness our school transform with beautiful murals. These events have been a great place for families to get connected with our district services. I think some of you mentioned those care shirts and other activities from other departments as well as community-based organizations that have been just steadfast in their attendance and making this a community-wide event. I also want to just, speaking of our students, pass an update. I think we did communicate this to our board, that our enrollment for TK and the expansion to 33 school sites next fall. As of this week, we now have 377 students enrolled at our half-day locations and another 61 students at our full-day sites for a total of 438 TK students. Of course, this is exciting news as we search for ways to set up more young students for success and long-term with Sac City Unified. And finally, I just want to recognize, although all of you did, because we were here and they were our stellar students, wish our Rosemont High School robotics team the best of luck in Houston next week when they're at the World Championships for Youth Robotics. As you saw, the team is known as 5274. For those of you who will be following along online, it's at firstchampionship.org. And of course, we send our congratulations, as we did earlier today, to our students and our lead advisor, Mr. Stafford. Thank you, President Rhodes.
Thank you, Superintendent. President report will make this brief, nice and short. First off, myself and Member Kayada held a safety forum at John F. Kennedy. We had a lot of great conversation from community members, and we look forward to holding more of these throughout the district. Also in attendance was Member Phillips as well, as we heard and listened to community members and raw emotion around how they feel their schools can be better. And so once again, I look forward to holding more safety forums across our district in collaboration with other board members and trustees from each of the areas. I want to give a big shout out to Burbank as well, then Ms. Seinhorst and the Creativity Action and Service Club for their continued commitment to impacting Burbank and the surrounding community in a positive way. Governor Gavin Newsom was there out and looking at our urban garden, but also the work they've been doing to clean up the community around Burbank, students being civically engaged, having the governor come out. It was a very beautiful event, and the students were very excited to see the governor. Some actually told him that they were going to be the governor then if he could sign their books as the next governor. So it's very beautiful to see kids interacting with their governor in a way that they haven't before. We also held an Easter egg extravaganza in Area 5 at 2 of our school sites, Edward Kimball and John Sloat. Seeing families come out and have a great time was very beautiful. And then we also, when coming back, I stopped by Bret Hart Elementary School, my alma mater, if you would say so, my elementary school, on their first day back, and had opportunity to eat lunch with the students. Bret Hart Elementary School has its 100-year anniversary celebration on May 12th. It's from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. I hope to see all of our trustees out. I definitely will be there. If you come out, I can tell you about my elementary school days, how I scuffed my knee, where I played Ninja Turtles at, all that stuff. Please come hang out with us. April 22nd, Tahoe Park, pancake breakfast. I hope everybody can be there as well, along with Member Singh in his side of the city. Appreciate it. And then, there's a couple things more, but I want to say first off that I really have appreciated the way that we've seen staff interact with our communities and family members. And then also I want to uplift that our continued efforts to support our staff at the school sites are highly important. As I go to school sites, what I hear most is staff members asking for additional staff and people on sites. So if it's going to be in the classroom, teachers ask for more aides so they can focus on the education part and not as much as the behavior part. When we talk about our family members, they talk about having opportunities to be on site with their children. And so we have to find ways to do more of that as a board, and I look forward to doing some of that work together. At this point in time, we're going to go to our board comments, and Member Singh has something very important that he was supposed to discuss, and I was going to give him the top of the meeting to do this, and so I just wanted to publicly say that I meant to do that and I did not, but the floor is yours, sir.
Let the record reflect that Chinua said sorry for taking this long to do this.
I didn't say sorry, I said I appreciate your flexibility.
I wanted to, so yes, I do have some statements, but I wanted to start with the fact that first of all, our communications team did put out that it's Arab American Heritage Month. So I want to give a shout out to that. But I also want to talk about this month being very important for a lot of community in our region. There's an abundance of holidays that folks are celebrating. So whether we're talking about Passover, Ramadan, Easter, congratulations. And I also want to talk about what's important to me, which is the fact that today and tomorrow, essentially, because I was not born here. I was born in Punjab, which is a region in South Asia where the Sikh community actually started. And technically today there, it's already April 14th. Today's Vaisakhi. Vaisakhi is traditionally a harvest festival for South Asians, but it's also, and also traditional New Year for many folks in the Hindu community and the Bengali community. But for the Sikh community, Vaisakhi holds a very special meaning for us. It celebrates the birth of the Khalsa, or the pure. Today marks when the Sikh faith was formally gathered as a collective community and we came into existence. Today is the day and is the reason that I look the way that I look, that I wear the turban on my head under the guise of the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh. The initiated Khalsa, I just want folks to know, because I'm sure you see folks, the 5 Ks of what we wear is Kes, which is our uncut hair, Gada, which is a steel bracelet that you see on my hand, a small comb that's tucked underneath my turban, clean undergarments, that's probably for everybody, please do that, and then a kirpan, which is a ceremonial dagger, which is something that I will talk in the future about. But it's important to know that these are things that define us. And a recent report that came out from the Sikh Coalition said that 67% of students who wear turbans are bullied in schools. So we have a lot of work to do. Merely celebrating or honoring or uplifting is not enough. It takes actual work and it takes actual commitment in the classrooms and on our school sites. So I'm really encouraged by our staff and our board members that we will continue to do that for our community and uplift every single person, including the most marginalized folks in our communities. With that, the simple update is, yes, thanks for bringing up the pancake thing. Tahoe Elementary is still undefeated, so good luck to you guys when you play us. And I think the other thing I want to mention is that, yes, I did have the opportunity to observe negotiations between our staff and SEIU, and I want to make it clear that I was an observer and I saw our staff members doing great work. So I did see you there, Rose. I guess I'm allowed to say that. So thank you for having me there, but also allowing me to sit in and watch something. And I really do want to say this out here, that for everybody who's watching, that it gives you a moment to actually understand the process. So often we're so removed from the work that we don't actually sit and watch what's happening. We have staff members who are spending hours upon hours. We have bargaining teams from our labor partners who are spending hours upon hours trying to get to a fair contract. And we have staff members who are trying to balance all the things that we're telling them and the direction that we're giving them. It's a lot of work, and I'd even say the whole time. So I just encourage folks to try to observe, watch, and I'm hoping that we head in a direction that changes things. That we are in a position where we are building those partnerships both with our own staff members and being in there to provide them with us that moral support, I guess is the best way to put it, but also let our community know that we're here for them, we're watching and we're observing, and we're putting ourselves in a position to really build a district. We keep saying destination district. This is a district, it serves our community, just let's build it better. That's all I want us to get to, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Singh. Member McGurk. Well, we have 5 minutes and something seconds, yeah? No. Okay, so we're going to, man, we have everybody in here. We're going to extend the meeting by 15 minutes?
Can't extend it again, so let's just get to whatever.
Okay, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. We'll do it by 30 minutes and hopefully don't use that. Is that fine? Aye.
I don't think we're allowed to vote again, so I'm not going to vote. Let's just go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's everyone say their thing and let's go.
Member McGurk.
Not that it's a race, but April 28th, Hiram Johnson is holding a multicultural night. I want to invite everyone to come see all the cultures and performances, eat food, have just a great time. I just wanted to be the first one to announce it.
Beautiful. Member Phillips.
Congregation B'nai Israel is presenting an institutional racism in our public schools forum. I had the opportunity to be invited by Mr. Tom McElhenney, and March 26th we had one, and we will have the next one on April 30th, where we will be discussing childhood trauma, discipline, and the school to prison pipeline. There will be one additional session May 7th at 10 a.m. I really think that if you want to hear some differences and maybe share some perspectives with other folks, this is a really good place to visit, because they are definitely for moving forward. So if you can, please come out. Just look them up under Congregation B'nai Israel. Thank you.
And Danielle, can we get that on board members' calendars as FYIs? Thank you so much. I connect with Member Phillips to get that information. All right, Member Kayada.
So I'd like to use my time to request 4 items be agendized. The first and second, I would like to be agendized at the next meeting in 2 weeks. One is an update on the item the board approved on March 16th around expanding the scope of our audit with Crow. The second is to receive an update on an item the superintendent verbally agreed to for the independent auditing contract, or the audit of our independent contracting. So I'd like to have an update and to reflect that we heard SCTA ask for that today. On March 2nd, Member Singh asked for that, and I asked for the same on March 16th. So just like to hear how we're going with that, and ideally be able to approve something. Third, I would like to receive a safety update with respect to gun violence. We've been talking about safety and heard presentations on essentially other forms of violence on our campuses. But I think for me and several others, seeing the body cam footage out of that private school in Nashville, it was just we're almost numb to the school shootings by now, but seeing that, I just literally crying in my office at work because I can't imagine my kids sitting in their classroom, my daughter telling me that her kindergarten class has to go to the bathroom to hide in their drill because they're too loud to be in the classroom and someone would be attracted. And to have that coming down the hall and the shots fired, it was hard to hear on a video. I can't imagine what it would be like for an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 12-year-old, all of our kids to hear. So just to hear kind of where we are on that. And then finally, I would like at the next board meeting in closed session, of course, for the superintendent evaluation to be agendized so that this board can discuss our expectations for the superintendent. It's been 5 months now. We've got to know each other, but I don't think the superintendent has yet to hear collectively our thoughts on what we expect from him. And I don't think that's fair to him or to us. And I think it's appropriate that we discuss that as a body. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kayada. We will put those things in the queue and see where they land and have you an update of where all that is. Thank you so much for that. Ms. Pritchett, Member Pritchett.
Thank you, and thank you, Superintendent, for mentioning the Wide Open Walls Community Fair this weekend at Abraham Lincoln Elementary. I'm looking forward to that event. I would like to ask that a staff member please call me tomorrow to help me just kind of wrap my head around and understand exactly how the art is chosen and everything, so that way I fully understand, just based on what Mr. Gladney had said, just to get some information on that. And then on April 20th, Essence of Rosemont is a community event. And both of these are community events, brings everyone together. So I'm hoping to see you all.
Wonderful. Member Jean.
You originally, I had to get back in.
No problem.
So I have 5 things that I wanted to share today. 3 of them are connected to CK McClatchy. First off, 3 of our student artists won awards in let me make sure I get the announcement, the James Ferry Artist Reception and Awards Ceremony. So we have Jillian Palmer, who won Best in Medium, and Matilda McKinsey, who also won Best in Medium, and then Brooklyn DeCock, who won Best in Show. So that's just super exciting for our students to have their own artwork be winning. I think 17 different schools participated. It was pretty wonderful. I also got to actually go to McClatchy and meet with Restore the Roar, a pretty phenomenal parent group that works very hard to celebrate and support our student athletes. And I really appreciated being a part of their meeting and hearing about their work and their heart, and getting to hear so much about the incredibleness of our student athletes. I also got to attend the Sacramento Urban Debate League fundraiser, but not only did I get to attend, I got to debate a student. And I want to say he wiped the floor with me. But we had a lot of fun. It was pretty wonderful to see the incredible talent of our student debaters, and to hear their passion and their investment and commitment to all that debate can be in our world. So I had a lot of fun participating in that. I also got to attend my first Black Parallel School Board meeting, and it was just an honor to hear the conversation and see the work that they do. And I look forward to attending, when I get a free Saturday morning every once in a while. And then lastly, I finally got to sit down with the SAC ACT Education Committee, and it was really wonderful to hear their hearts and their concerns and their investment in our students and our community and their education. So I just wanted to say I had a really busy month since I saw y'all.
Amazing. And then the Restore the Roar. Love to be invited to meet those guys too.
I'm sure Bob would love to invite you.
All right.
I'll connect you.
Connect. Okay, so next we were going to item 12.0, consent agenda. Have a motion to approve. I will move second. All in favor of approving. Oh wait, roll call. I forgot. I'm ready to go.
Aye.
Superintendent.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Phillips. Member Pritchett. Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Okay.
I second.
Wait a second. Future board meeting dates and locations. April 27th and May 4th. Move to adjourn. We had a first, second. All in favor? Thank you very much. See you guys in 2 weeks.